Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Wasteful Wednesday, and what better chance to talk about radioactive waste than tonight? We are dealing with the worst radiation in our recorded history, coming out of the Fukushima nuclear meltdown, which, again, has never been addressed by our government under Barack Obama or Donald Trump, and has reached epic proportions. That's right, the new radiation levels at Fukushima dwarfs the highest level peak at Chernobyl. This is huge. They're getting 530 sieverts out of the core of one of the reactor sites that melted right into the center. 530 sieverts. Well, let me give you an example. 4 sieverts will kill you. Okay? That's just an example. You'd be boiling as you get close. So the problem has gotten worse. TEPCO hasn't done nearly enough to stop it. The good news is I have great solutions for that problem, and I will get to that in just a second. Let's get to the chat. Welcome, chatters. The ghost ship Mothball. Incredible pictures. We've got ghost fleets of ships out there that could be used to block the opening. That's a possibility. We could actually use some of these ships if they're able to move. If they're able to move and we can tugboat them out to Japan, we can use these ships to create a massive block, much like I had planned to use the USS Forrestal when I wrote this letter above to the director of the IAEA, and IAEA didn't do a damn thing. I talked about the USS Forrestal, and now I find out they finally got rid of the entire ship. It's gone, but we can put this ship in place. Any number of ships could be blocking that little opening right there. See? That's the most important thing. We got to stop the water from just rushing into the ocean. We also have a plan to actually create a mound system over the reactor sites as they go and avoid the drift of water from down the hill. There's a 5% grade outside of the Fukushima Daiichi facility. And by creating like a U-shaped diverter for any water that's running downhill, we then avoid any of the water going into the reactor site and into this area here. So we would avoid all of that. And we could use the dirt that we pick up from that dig and build the mound with that. It's a very simple plan, but in its essence, we block the opening and we cover the mound. The mound system covers up the opening, or the heated area that's exposed to the air, that interacts with oxygen and water and creates radiation, steam, irradiated water floating in the air, cesium. They call it corium, actually. Corium is a combination of plutonium, radiation, uranium, and cesium, and a few other things. And that's something that is not going to get any better. No one would die doing this, 866. It would all be done with robotic tractors. The tractors would be running on nickel metal hydride batteries because they don't boil like lithium hydride. Lithium polymer batteries boil. Nickel metal hydride technology will work, I'm pretty sure. The mountain will be built with tractors like John Deere D10 tractors or whatever Hitachi has, equivalent to John Deere's. Hitachi's pretty big. They could build them. And they could be running robotically using remote control commands with lead-shielded think centers, computer systems that are lead-shielded. I'm trying to help, folks, and with an IQ of 185, I'm amazed that you've been able to survive without me up until this time. I've been trying to get some media attention the past 8 years in my own country, but in case you didn't know, they're censoring me pretty heavily. Hitachi makes great land movers. They're good that way. Lithium battery technology is completely untested and unproven, and you can just see some of the batteries in your own personal life. They're not guaranteed to work. I remember buying 3 batteries for a push mower I have. After 20 uses, they're down to 1/10 their power, and they're all lithium batteries. They're useless. It cost me $100 per battery just to buy these things. It's like 20 uses. I mean, I'd rather have gotten a gas engine and pushed a lawnmower with gas. The Fukushima incredible robot video, okay. They did try to do a robot in there that the batteries started burning up. This is some sort of an underwater robot system that they put in there to analyze the radiation levels. Huh. Yeah, apparently it got close, and not really much to look at there, you know. Whatever we're seeing is probably highly radioactive. Thank you for that meaningless video. I don't do Tony Coles, and TV time isn't that simple, Targo. If you really believe my hair will affect my TV time, you don't understand how censorship works. No, I'm not excited for Jeff Sessions. I think he's kind of a lackluster candidate for the Attorney General's position. But I am glad that he's kind of opening the door to Congress passing full legalization of marijuana. I really appreciate that. But I don't know. Jeff Sessions doesn't seem like a guy who's going to stand up to Trump. We need an Attorney General who will stop Trump from being the person that he is. Extremely unkept and uncontrollable. Yeah, humanoid robots, though, run on the same type of fuel that the robot that failed at Fukushima already did. Asimov. Asimov was brought into Fukushima in 2011. It failed. Are you kidding? Why would someone hire you to resist them? Not sure what you're talking about. I don't know if Ed's alive or not. We haven't heard from him. Japan is everything west of the reactor facility is pretty safe. The wind blows west to east, in case you didn't know. And when you're west of the Fukushima reactor, you're less likely to have radiation go in your face. It's blowing on us across the ocean. I would believe a good attorney general would stand up to a president if need be. Absolutely. I would expect that of my attorney general. If I stepped out of line, I'd want somebody to keep me in line. Look, the attorney general's job is to dictate the executive branch's understanding of law. If Trump doesn't understand a damn thing, which is pretty obvious he can't, Sessions is our only barrier to him waking up. It's our only chance for a reality check. Trump won't get a reality check unless he has a strong attorney general. So if Sessions lives up to that, that'd be great. Stop asking the same question over and over again. Thank you. We're not letting all of Islam move here. We have a no refugee plan. I came up with the idea and Trump copied it. He just implemented it too fast. Well, the wind blows from the east sometimes only when artificial geoengineering is done. Remember Hurricane Sandy? Hurricane Sandy was the only hurricane in recorded history in the Atlantic Ocean that went into prevailing winds from east to west. And we know they did that purposely just to create a crisis that only Barack Obama could solve. Now, not only did he save the people of New Jersey, and only 100 people died from this artificially created hurricane, but Barack Obama has proven to be very effective in like teaching young Donald how to act in the White House. Here's a candid picture of Donald learning all about the White House from Barack Obama. Exclusive picture of Obama giving Donald Trump a tour of the White House. So he has been effective in some ways, and I don't know how many times he hit the crack pipe during his presidency, but hopefully he's not an addict. After he did crack in college, you got to wonder. And I'm not referring to Donald Trump. I don't think he's ever done any drugs. He just has a perennial sniffing problem where he sniffles or there's something going on with his nose. Yeah, we don't know. I mean, Carrie Fisher said that Donald Trump was a coke addict. You think that was photoshopped, really? Are you serious? Carrie Fisher believed that Donald Trump was a coke addict, and now she's dead. Yeah. So what do you think? Do you think it had something to do with her saying he was a coke addict?
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide? How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back? Good night, everyone.
You know, it's not uncommon for people who are in a high-pressured situation to do cocaine. I don't do cocaine. I don't ever want to do cocaine. Fire breaks out at a Chinese factory that makes Samsung Note 7 batteries. Boy, they got a problem with their lithium-ion mix, I'll tell you. Lithium batteries are not tested, not proven. You know, a lot of people who are very successful are doing crack cocaine. Elon Musk has openly admitted to everybody that he's a heavy-duty crack user. Here's Elon Musk here in the Entrepreneur magazine talking about his heavy use of crack cocaine. And you thought he was just a rich billionaire who deserved all his money. Wow, boy, are you fooled. Yeah, I used to say Elon Musk looked like a coke addict that I used to see, snorting up at every single party I went to in Hollywood where I didn't do coke. Yep. So he says crack helps him survive with no sleep. Isn't that amazing? He's so smart he needs crack to stay awake. Check it out. Dave, what effect does weed have on you? Yeah, you're right. Trump won simply using my ideas, 478. Thank you. Well, for one thing, weed makes you feel like there's something creative to think about. You're not so depressed. You know that feeling of depression sometimes when you feel like you got the whole world sitting on your shoulders? You never had that feeling? Well, marijuana makes you feel a lot better. I mean, people with PTSD don't have those flashbacks of killing little innocent poor Syrian children, in gunfire, or Iraqi children. That, many of our men were forced to kill children. You know that, right? You didn't know that? Okay. Well, I didn't want to break your bubble. But a lot of the PTSD survivors that come over here from being in world wars like Gulf War I, II, that we have one of our supporters, Dupster, who encountered a near-death experience when he was in a I guess an MRAP or something, and he got hit with an RPG, and all of his friends died, and he survived. But he's still suffering the whole process. He's being treated right now for a treatment on his windpipe because his windpipe got completely burned, scar tissue. So he's still battling to get back, and this has been years away from the war. So don't think for a second that war is like a mild thing. 6,000 men, and mostly men, but some women, died in Iraq and Afghanistan. 6,000. Add to that about 50 or 80,000, somewhere between 50 and 80,000 with head injuries and amputations. So believe me, war has got to stop. Not to mention the collateral damage to all the people in Iraq. They say up to 1 million people have been killed or grossly affected. And the Southeast Asians, 4 million were affected by the Vietnam War. Dead or permanently disabled. Yeah. No, basically Dupster had a windpipe problem from an RPG that hit his company. It killed a lot of guys. We're lucky to have Dupster in our show, and we're hoping he gets back to a normal health pretty soon. We're all worried about him. But yeah, we got a little gathering here. People in our show hang out till about 2 in the morning, so you can always come in and chat. 2 in the morning Pacific time, so we're up at the wee hours of the morning in England and in Latvia and Romania and other countries where you can catch us in the morning. There is a lack of motivation with marijuana, no doubt about it. Yes. It may ruin your hopes of becoming an MD doctor and finishing a medical school. So don't smoke marijuana if you're in medical school right now, or you're in law school, or you're trying to finish your 4-year education. Don't start smoking marijuana. You'll pretty soon get so high you'll be going like, dude, why am I even bothering, and that's not a good thing, because you're almost done with that rigor, and you're almost ready to move on and start making the big bucks, screwing people over financially by performing next to meaningless healthcare ritualistic checkups. You're missing out on a lot of money if you're not jumping into the healthcare sector where people are getting ripped off left and right by unscrupulous pigs who just rape their pocketbooks when they walk in. promising solutions to their health care when all they're doing is like smoke and mirrors, just saying, well, Mr. Smith, we can give you steroids and that'll kill the cancer, but it'll also kill your body, which means you'll be vulnerable to pneumonia, which means you're going to die in 6 months. Either way, you're going to die in 6 months. Now, here's a robot that is right there next to you, and it's better than a guy because he doesn't roll over and start snoring. You're a woman, you want somebody close to sleep next to, and you have that desire to cuddle. Well, this robot helps you sleep by breathing near you. Yeah. Okay, it sounds creepy and it looks like a giant fluffy peanut, but the Sam Knox sleep support system, the robot, is based on good science. Okay. I'd rather learn about a Tempur-Pedic mattress. Wow. We got a lot of supporters of marijuana here, in case you're wondering, guys. Everyone here usually wants to legalize. Barack and Michelle. Now, Michelle went early because she had a special engagement with somebody, but Barack and Michelle are again back together on Richard Branson's private island. Here's Barack, acting all studly and all. Yeah, look at him. Windsurfing, skiing. That's amazing. Good for him. He needs to enjoy himself before I prosecute him and send him to jail. In 2020, I'll be prosecuting him under the law as a fraud because Trump won't do it. Trump won't even prosecute Hillary Clinton, who he said he wanted to jail. What a joke. Yeah, so Trump and Michelle better live it up right now because he's going to jail when I become president. That's if he's proven guilty, of course, because we have to presume he's innocent. But we all know he faked his birth certificate. Yeah, pack a bowl, man. Scissor fight. You're in California now. You can grow your own marijuana. I guess it's up to 4 plants. Is that right? Yeah. When I become president, your ass is mine. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm not like Trump. I know, it was a popularity contest. I'm a pretty nice guy, and I'm a pretty reasonable guy, too. Up to 6 plants. Whoa, that's cool. That's not bad. So you could get pretty high on 6 plants. You know, plants can grow up like a tree, like a Christmas tree. Man, you could probably bag about 14 ounces out of those 6 plants. Good for you. Have you started budding your plants yet? Have they started budding out? Well, apparently there's a lot of legal growth of marijuana in California. Excuse me. You get banned for calling me names. I told you that. She won't be coming in for another 20 minutes or so. Don't worry. He's not answering. Not yet. So the buds haven't come. Are you tempted to curl up with some leaves and smoke them in a J? You know, it's mild compared to what you're going to get from those buds. A lot of people are tempted to smoke those leaves before they bud out. I've never grown marijuana, so I don't really know what it's like. You've been growing weed in SoCal for 30 years, Dave. Wow. So you're one of the growers, huh? You make money doing it? We got a grower of marijuana in California here in a room. You can say whatever you want. I mean, it's not like the government is here to attack you. We're being watched by the NSA, of course, but they're not going to attack you because it's legal in California. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think that America is going to spin out of control. I think the real problems are environmental. I think we're all going to realize that we don't need to have a war with each other. We have a war against the environment, killing us. We have to preserve the environment. You're in LA and you're looking for a supplier. You mean they haven't opened any recreational marijuana supply stores yet in California? It took Washington State 2 years. We all waited patiently for them to do whatever they were going to do, and finally they started selling them. And since they started selling them, now over a year and a half, 2 years, they've made over $1 billion in sales in Washington State alone. I know. If you are trying to deal with the struggle of life, I'll just say this. Marijuana does take the edge off, and it's not physically addicting like alcohol and cigarettes. Yeah. Grow low THC but high in CBDs. Really? I did not know that. Yeah, you can grow your own. Yeah. In California, you're growing one plant and use it for clones? Okay. I thought you bought 4 clones. What happened to your 4 clones? Oh, one of your plant is being used for clones. I get it. Okay. Well, I'm not here to give any advice on growing anything because I've never grown it. But I'm sure there's a method. Yep, self-medication works so well that even the pharmaceutical companies are trying to get patents right now on cannabinoid oils. They're trying to profit from all of it. In fact, I wouldn't doubt the government tries to make it illegal to sell cannabinoid oil without a license. I'm serious. They're going to try to turn this whole wonderful thing into a profit center for just rich people. Yeah. What I want to do is legalize it across the board, so if you grow it in your backyard and use it, great. If you sell it, you definitely have to pay the tax, and it won't be more than 10%. So the grower pays 10%, the middleman makes 10%, pays 10%, and the retailer pays 10%. So in all, ideally, the government would get 30%. But there are a lot of direct growth operations where you can buy directly from a grower. So we'll only get 10% then. But the point of the matter is, if you grow it in the future, when I legalize it across the board, and you give it away, we don't want to tax it. Yeah. So you could give it to people. Yeah. 1118. Wow. Yeah. It's like farming, yeah. In fact, every one of you will have a farm in your backyard or in your closet, wherever you want to grow it safely. When I legalize it in 2020, assuming Trump doesn't legalize it by then, we'll be looking at a brand new way of growing our economy. I have great hope, too, that we'll be able to produce local composting centers that will take in any of your leaves to create hempoline. Hempoline is a byproduct of hemp, and hemp grows like it's a weed, so it grows much faster. In fact, 5 times faster than wood. So hemp can grow a massive amount of paper. One of the reasons why marijuana is illegal, it dates back to the Stamp Act, the Marijuana Stamp Act of 1936, in which William Randolph Hearst decided he wanted to sell lumber to make paper. And he had lots of lumber mills. He didn't want hemp to come in here and marijuana because they could create paper out of hemp. So he put that out there. And then in 1971, Nixon he signed the Controlled Substances Act. I believe it was 1970, I think. Let me see. Yep. Your ex-wife got hooked on crack? Wow. Yep, 1970, the Controlled Substances Act. It was a Comprehensive Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act of 1970, signed into law by Richard Nixon. You could imagine how it was for Richard Nixon to sit there. It's like, I gotta ask my friend Baby Rebozo about this drug. What is it? Marijuana. I'm gonna call him and ask him if I can get a joint for some purpose to try it and maybe smoke it with my friend Henry here. He's here. Hey, Henry, would you like to smoke some marijuana? Mr. President, I don't believe it would be in my best interest to smoke marijuana, in that I am already suffering from erectile dysfunction. Henry, you've got to try new things. I told you, you're never going to meet a mate if you don't do something different. I met Pat by having a wonderful relationship with my anyway, let's change the subject. Well, you're hearing Pizzagate is going to blow up in the public shortly. Yeah, I'm hearing that from all the right-wing, alt-right sites that want to make money on AdSense dollars. One thing about the alt-right is they will come up with all kinds of stories about how an FBI informant is going to do this and that just to sell ad space. They basically rely on donations. They haven't named the insider. No one really knows if it's true. If CBS did the report on Pizzagate, which they did, the person who did talk about it is now under constant attack. His whole life is turned upside down. One of the best Pizzagate videos out there is from a man named Ben Swann. Nope, not a fan of him at all, no. This person you just mentioned. I like Ben Swann, though. This is perhaps the best video out there on Pizzagate, and he did this. Ben Swann did this, and then all of a sudden got nothing but attacks on the media from other people and journalists. They're calling him a whack job.
It became a major story weeks ago when an armed man decided to investigate a D.C. area pizza place for himself. This man right here, he carried a rifle into a pizza parlor and then fired it at the floor. Media is telling you the entire story is a hoax or fake news. But what does that even mean? I spent the last month investigating. So what exactly is Pizzagate? And are there any actual facts to support this story? I've got to warn you, what we're going to talk about tonight will be disturbing to some people. But this is a reality check you won't see anywhere else. Pizzagate actually comes from the WikiLeaks release of hacked emails from Clinton campaign chairman John Podesta. In all, WikiLeaks dumped around 50,000 email messages, and it was from those emails that the claims that John Podesta may be part of a child sex trafficking ring come from. Now, to be clear, not one single email in the Podesta emails discusses child sex trafficking or pedophilia. That is a fact. But there are dozens of what seem to be strangely worded emails dealing with pizza and handkerchiefs. Self-described online investigators say that those words in the emails about pizza and the talk of handkerchiefs is code language used by pedophiles.
So Ben Swann went out on a limb to do this, and it's a great video. We play it every night. We give you a little Pizzagate primer every night. We've got 3 videos that are really, really good. We've got one video is the kill room that someone located under Pegasus, where they believe that people have been, pedophiles brag about killing children. I'm not kidding either. It's not like they're just molesting them. They're killing them because they're witnesses to the molestation. Oh, it's sick. The whole thing. I don't even want to go there. Most of us good people don't even talk about this, and we don't want to talk about it. And I find myself in the same situation. I don't want to discuss it. But I force myself to talk about it in the evening, in chat. And we do need to address it because there's 50,000 kids missing every year. New kids every year, not the same 50,000 rotating. 50,000 new kids a year missing in America. My thoughts are that Sessions is really a non-starter. There's nothing there. He doesn't seem to have a strong will of his own. If he does buck Trump on anything and tell Trump you better back off of this, because that's what a good attorney general would do. Because they're an expert on the law, so they should be able to instruct a layman like Trump in dealing with situations. Like Trump's already violated the Constitution a couple times. He's broken anti-bribery laws by allowing Secretary of Education now, Betsy DeVos, to bribe him. And I imagine the government hasn't done a damn thing to charge him with anti-bribery offenses. Steve Bannon believes the apocalypse is coming and war is inevitable. That's because he's a hawk, a neocon hawk. Steve Bannon is the guy who took over for Breitbart, bastardized the entire Breitbart site and turned it into a shadow of its former self, and now is basking in the glory of Breitbart. But he wants everyone to freak out. This is the guy sitting next to
and particularly
Trump.
The Judeo-Christian West is in a crisis.
This is the 4th great crisis in American history. We had the Revolution, we had the Civil War, we had the Great Depression of World War II.
Basically, Steve Bannon is creating a crisis in his pants. He should probably get some Depends underwear and relax a little bit. Talk about people who have registered in more than one state. Steve Bannon has registration in 2 states, and Trump says he wants to crack down on illegal registration. Well, he's got to turn to not only Steve Bannon, but Ivanka is registered in 2 states, too. Total hawkish neocon. Racist, yeah. Is he Jewish? I didn't know. Whatever. Whatever. I don't really need to comment upon the Trump administration because it's basically just a thick swamp of evil. We don't even need to go into details. 5 billionaires with a net worth more than 1/3 of our country. Hey, David Nation. Hey, how you doing, man? You want to be the first socialist president? Well, I don't support socialism. I believe in hybrid capitalism. Okay, we're going to drop the Fukushima solution off for a while because I'm getting really freaked out by the fact that in about 6 months, my entire coastal property will be turned into a red zone if what I fear is happening. I told Sarah, let's get ready to move back east if need be. It's like, whatever. I don't even care. I certainly don't want to endanger our lives living on the West Coast. A lot of you don't care. You're just happy to be alive. I'm having such a fun time, I don't care about the radiation. Yeah. This could be me. I could have been this way. I could have been like this young man, Pat. I'm just a brainless idiot. I'm here to talk about nothing. Well, what is that? A young woman? Pat? Young man? I mean, everything seems so twisted and distorted now, doesn't it? You can't trust who you're looking at. Hi, everybody. I'm Pat. How are you? All right. Whoops. He gets sucked into the orifice. So legalizing marijuana is high on the list of dealing with waste. National composting. Every city in America will have composting centers. We're going to take state or federal land and convert it 5 acres at a time. And we'll be putting land movers that run on biofuel. And we'll have trucks that'll mostly be 1995 Chevy trucks. Yeah, Chevy's good. Ford trucks are good too. Ford works with diesel, hempoline. Prior to 1995, Ford made trucks that were fantastic hempoline runners. So all the trucks that pick up the spent oil from the restaurants that they use for making French fries will be running on hempoline. So our entire system will be running on everything that's coming out of the things that are coming into the centers. So you'll be able to bring your leafs of marijuana in there and get cash per pound, because we'll be able to have a monetary system where we can take leaves and convert it into money. Yeah. So nothing will be wasted. This is how the country should have been running years ago, but it hasn't. And we have a lot to wonder why our government hasn't been running properly. We've got a lot of bad people running our country. A lot of them don't understand the meaning of environmental solutions based on innovation as opposed to taxation. I don't believe in carbon point legislation, cap and trade. I don't support that either. Yep. I believe that we can actually save the world by innovating and building it into the formula. Do you want to go to cowbell at this point? We have some of you are looking for the legendary cowbell soothing, mellifluous sounds of the cowbell ringing. I feel your pain. I know where you're coming from. Right now, Sarah, I need the cowbell. I'm having a cowbell come down reaction. Lack of cowbell. It's terrible.
Just terrible, I tell you.
I tell you, I've never had a good cowbell. There we go. This is a very soothing, tranquil sound of this wonderful cow as it munches on Roundup Ready grass, waiting for its tumors to grow in its udder. But it sure sounds nice, doesn't it?
I didn't know that's where I was, David Nation.
Why do you black people always make fun of us white people?
Yeah, I'll move this thing above my head.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Why are you making fun of all of us white people? You know, we're trying to be nice and we don't call black people names. You know?
Moose.
And y'all call me names all the time. Just relax, you know? Charlie Sheen, yeah. Carlos Irwin Estevez. Yeah, if you were born Carlos Irwin Estevez, you change your name to Charlie Sheen too, I'll bet. You know, there's 50 life-enhancing benefits of cannabis. It's amazing. We've seen all the benefits to Parkinson's and people with epilepsy. Unexpected benefits. There's 50 of them. Isn't it amazing? Can help you lose weight. I find that hard to believe. Wait a second. Regulate and prevent diabetes. Fights cancer. Wow, that's great. Thank you. All right, let's take a different approach to the show. Sarah's here with cultural literacy. She's going to give you guys a history course.
Yeah, we'll do some history today.
Yep. You're right. There isn't one racial slur that affects a white man in any way. It's funny, you know, you could walk up and call me names and it wouldn't bother me. You know, it's kind of amazing how white people have become so resistant to prejudice by people of color. Thank you. I have to clean that off. When you're an antibiotic-resistant bacteria and you hear people don't believe in evolution, this is what happens. Is this real?
No, obviously.
It looks like
Muppet.
Is it a Muppet? Laughs microscopically. I think that really is one of those horrible bacterias, flesh-eating bacterias. I don't know. Hey, thank you. Ty's looking good.
It's
Okay.
a very well done Muppet.
All right, I'm going to check out for a bit. We have had over 10 of our ideas stolen by Trump. I say over 10 because some people have counted 15. Well, let's be clear. I'm going to give you Sarah. She'll give you some more food for thought, and I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you, Sarah, for coming in.
Thank you, David.
Oh, and let me turn the heat on. Hang on.
Okay. Okay. Anyway. Oh, is that what happened, behavior? Nordstrom dropped Ivanka's clothing line. I am a little bit exam. Today it was snowing most of the day. How many viewers are watching tonight? I have no idea, especially because I'm only watching the chat over at Vaughn. I'm not watching the chat at YouTube or anything else. My book is in my lap. You just want to hear my commentary? My commentary on what? I could do a math video, a English video. No, I'm not gonna do that behavior. Some people want trivia and others don't. Where'd Sarah go? Alright. Yeah, floating in space, apparently. No trivia. You have Alex Trebek and Sarah Hart for trivia. Well, then I'll just read to you if you don't want to guess the answers. And you just want an old-fashioned eye roll like that. That's an old-fashioned eye roll. What was the movement in China beginning in the 1960s and led by Mao Zedong to restore the vitality of communism in China? Mao, who gave this movement its name, sought to dismantle the complex governmental structure that had developed after the Chinese Revolution of the 1940s. During this time, many government officials and intellectuals were sent out to work in the fields alongside the peasants. For a time, zealous young communists called Red Guards had considerable power. Many artworks, architectural treasures, and other cultural monuments associated with pre-communist China were deliberately destroyed by the Red Guard. It was the Cultural Revolution, or the Great Proletariat. Hello, Vinny. Alright, well, I could give you some commentary on, like, news, even though I haven't seen the news lately. I don't really want to watch the news. I probably should, though. I do believe that the Secretary of Education should spend time in a public education classroom. I'll say that. That's my commentary. I don't know what you're talking about, David Nation. I have played chess before, but not at any special club. So Jeff Sessions has been confirmed as Attorney General, which is capping a bitter battle. His nomination had been fiercely opposed by Democrats. Wow. The anger at Trump's attacks on the judiciary has grown. Even his nominee for Supreme Court criticized his rhetoric as demoralizing for the nation's judges. All right, good. No, I didn't do my hair today. That's why it looks like all frizzy. There's a charcoal mask. Okay.
Alright, so I take a shower.
That is funny. Black charcoal mask. It looks pretty funny. Do I believe the Earth looks like this? Sure, why not? It's not flat. I wonder that too, Vinny. Why not? Thoughts on chemtrails. I don't see any chemtrails in this photograph.
No, there are none in this photograph. It was before chemtrails. It was taken back in 1972, right after the moon landing. Alleged moon landing.
Alleged moon landing.
Alleged moon landing. It's like, okay, whatever. I don't need to agree on everything. Yeah. You guys like Sarah, don't you? She's fun to be with.
Thank you.
We like you, Sarah. I'm going to start the Discord over here just to have it open.
Yeah, the new Secretary of Education never had her children in public school, never went to public school herself.
Yeah, and look at how she turned out. She married a billionaire. So she got all his money. So, a lesson to women. Just marry a billionaire. Become Secretary of Education. You don't even have to have a degree. Just marry a billionaire. It's that simple. Okay, we're back.
All right. Thanks. I wonder what Elon Musk is up to.
Oh, I did want to check the weather. Right?
Oh, you want to check it on there? I already had it on the...
Oh, you have it over there?
I
Okay.
think you just have to refresh. I think. Okay. What? David's just dressed in a leather outfit. So they say they're going to take the Tesla cars to India. And Elon Musk lacks a government permit to launch rockets days before his planned mission. All right. Yes, I know Sarah was Abraham's wife. And Sarah basically didn't believe that she would have a child. And then she did have a child. Nope. So they have Android Wear. Yeah. Google's second swing at smartwatches. The LG Watch style is a very basic Android Wear 2.0 device. It debuts on 2 new LG smartwatches. ZTE Quartz is set to add its name. First Wear running smartwatch. They're gonna have Android Wear take on Google Watches. Well, behavior that remains to be seen. What does that even mean, 828? In 1986, Coretta Scott King wrote a letter in opposition to Jeff Sessions' nomination to become a federal judge. It criticized his record on civil rights and said that elevating him to higher office would demean the record of Martin Luther King Jr. $30 people have been arrested in an NAACP action in Alabama. Alright. I'd rather not read the news. I mean, I can, but you can browse old photos by location. Hi, Zetterbeard. $285 photos in King County, Washington. Interesting. Old photo archives. Oh my goodness, the chat got wiped out. Alright, I'm going to move on to some trivia. What is the title of rulers or emperors of Russia from the 16th century until the Russian Revolution? They ruled as absolute monarchs until the early 20th century, when a parliament was established in Russia. Close enough, behavior. What is that, Bingo? It is ZARS, CZAR. Also can be spelled TSAR. The term czar is sometimes applied generally to a powerful leader or to a government administrator with wide-ranging powers.
Multiple times. It's
Oh, is this the one? Okay. That's pretty funny. All right. What was the name of the concentration camp in southern Germany? No. These are pretty funny. Dachau. Who was a prominent figure in the French Revolution who pressed for the execution of the king and several other enemies of the revolution. He disagreed, however, with more radical revolutionaries, such as Robespierre, who eventually had him executed. $1980 Game Quest Space. I have no idea. Salty Dog. It was Georges Danton. Hello, Allura. How are you? Cute little froggy emoticon. Alright. Okay. Thanks, Salty Dog. Hello, Allura. My Canadian lady. What was the codename for the first day of a military attack, especially in the American and British invasion of the German-occupied France during World War II? It was on June 6, 1944. It marked the beginning of the victory of the Allies in Europe. Germany surrendered within a year, less than a year later. Two Eye Cyclops is correct. D-Day. D-Day. Alright. Sticking with World War II, who is a French political leader and general of the 20th century? He headed the Free French resistance to the Nazis in World War II and served briefly as president of France after the Nazis were driven out. He was called back as president in the 1950s under a new constitution that he himself specified. Cyclops is correct. Charles de Gaulle. In office, he solved the crisis over Algeria that was dividing the country. He made aggressive moves to strengthen France's international position, such as acquiring nuclear weapons. He was known for his grand and imperious manner. Yes. Hello to everyone. Thanks, Allura. 2, 8, 5, 6, 9, like that. Yeah, I believe that's probably true, Salty Dog. I didn't realize I was tired until I came in here. And then I was like, oh, goodness.
Yeah,
anyway,
so that's great.
But, yeah, I am tired.
Yeah, you know,
I'm more
working
tired
all
than I
day.
thought I would be.
Yeah, take a break, Sarah. You gave me the full 15
I didn't
minutes.
realize I would be until I came in here.
Now go take a break. She
I'm
works so
watching a
hard.
movie.
It could be the radiation from Fukushima that's
It
making you
could
so
be.
tired.
It could be.
Yeah, I know
It could
it's.
just be that I didn't sleep until late last night, and I was doing all this weird research.
I know, and I'm so glad we did it and it's over.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Wow.
I
I woke her up at 12:20 accidentally, just walking in the room. I think.
No, I think I was still kind of up.
No, well, you were kind of like dozing off and on. You didn't get enough sleep. Get some more sleep. Thank you. I am blessed. It's amazing how blessed I am. Well, I'm okay now. Yeah. Yeah. We're here overlooking the beautiful earth. David, do you think recycled water used for drinking water is safe? Yeah. Yeah, I've recycled water many times. In fact, all the water on Earth has been recycled. There's a drop of water right over here that actually can be traced to dinosaur piss. You can find the same subatomic particles from dinosaur piss. Mr. Anderson. Welcome to the show, Mr. Anderson. How are you? Yeah. Believe it or not, all water is recycled. That's the beautiful thing about water. I love this background. It's perfect for Wasteful Wednesday. It was perfect for Truth Tuesday, too. Take the white pill, where you realize, wow, you act like a total dork and make $3 million a year. The face you make when you smell weed in the air and suddenly realize it's you that smells like weed. This actor really goes out of his way. This guy, Bubbles, on Trailer Park Boys, he is a phenomenal character actor, I think. He's got a lot of qualities. I understand that his whole get-up and his whole shtick, it just takes a lot out of him. It really does. And I understand he gets headaches from wearing these bubble glasses. Yeah, so I'm a little bit hesitant to do such a thing. If I were to do such a thing, it would be kind of like a Mr. Peabody. Hi, everyone. Well, of course, I'd love to answer your questions. Go right ahead. Ask away. We have the chat going live right now. Have you seen them live, really? Isn't that amazing? You're talking about sewer water being treated with chemicals and reused for drinking water. Do you think it's safe? No. No. They do it here in my area, and they're spending $130 million on it, and it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's absurd. We're not even we have no living environments growing out of our septic systems. Even septic design is completely unscientific. There's absolutely no conversion through the life cycle of green growth, plant life, from the detrified masses coming out of your anus. There is no connection. And there needs to be a connection. Every single thing that is put into recycled process should actually be part of the living life cycle of our biosphere. Everything. You've got an old photo archive, really. Amazing. Well, as you can see, I do answer questions too all the time during our show, and I would be glad to give you any kind of enlightened views whatsoever. Okay, so we've got, yeah, look at that. There you go. What is it exactly? And here's a map with lots of green shades of something, and we don't really know what it is. Yeah. That's amazing. From the archives. Tulare County. Whoa, look at that. It's 114 photos. No kidding. Look at this. Whoa, this is like an archive, dude, of all kinds of like old photos from like way back. Like, where were you in Texas, you know, like during like forever, you know? Here's Jack County, Texas. Here's Jack County, Texas. This is what it was like back in 1892. Some of them don't work. 64 photos of Garfield County, Utah. Here they go. Whoa. There they are. Drought refugees from Oklahoma looking for work in 1935. Look at that. Holy moly, this is like a pictorial history book. This is fantastic. Oh man, that's like the Grapes of Wrath, dude. Holy moly, that's just what a time trip that takes you down through memory lane. Dude, are you totally? Okay. For sure, man. Hey, we need to get pitted. I've been waiting all that long to get pitted, and I haven't even had my dose of getting pitted. I was starting to get to the ballistic point where it's like, oh no. That guy is amazing. Yeah. DT Laura, you had fun here. I would love to. The URL is here. It is called oldphotoarchive.com. What a great archive. Thank you, Scissor Fight. You are awesome, man. Yeah. Let's get pitted. It's the right thing to do.
But the park is still flooded, so you'll see kids out there again today.
Some of those kids today will be my co-hosts.
It's just like, dude, you got the best barrels ever, dude. Just like pulling, you just get spit right out of them. Spit right out of them. You just drop in, just smack the lid. And then after that, you just drop in, drop down, step up, drop down, step up. Right the barrel, get pitted. Right the barrel, get right the barrel, get pitted. So pitted. Right the barrel, get pitted. Right the barrel, get right the barrel, get pitted. So pitted. Step up. Dude, you got the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in, you just get spit right out of them. Spit right out of them. You just drop in, just smack the lid. And then after that, you just drop in, drop down, step up, drop down, drop down. Ride the barrel, get pitted. Ride the barrel, get ride the barrel, get pitted. So pitted, pitted, pitted. Ride the barrel, get pitted. So pitted, pitted.
Wow, Color Pulse, fantastic work. Thank you so much for being a viewer of that. A lot of you were excited by that experience. I first started body surfing in 1965 with my dad. I was a 5-year-old little boy, And I jumped out in the ocean. I couldn't believe what I experienced. Something so great, so powerful, that it just swept my body away. You know, it was like almost, it was almost like being in the womb, you know, not knowing which way is up, you know. And I think that's why a lot of people became surfers. Yeah. Yeah, I nearly died a couple times. I remember out in Bolsa Chica. I was like 6 or 7 years old. It was amazing. I was underwater, and my dad was just, you know, he's just real rough and tough Marine, so he just threw me out there. And I was underwater probably about a minute and a half. One wave after another, and in Bolsa Chica, the sand dunes are like this, underwater. So like one wave went up, and I'm surfing, and then all of a sudden it takes you over and then drops you right into the sand dune, and I went, boom! I could have broken my neck. And then I remember coming up because I knew I do not breathe in water, you know. You got to hold your air. It's the most important thing. And I came up to get air, and then boom, another wave hit me into another ripple. I went right over the one ripple into another ripple, and then boom, and I still had not enough for air. It's like a minute and a half underwater when I was like 6 years old. It's just unreal, and it's almost like a birthing experience. That was probably my rite of passage that I went through. That was one of the rite of passages in my tribal history. Yeah, but surfing is it's a poetic, spiritual experience that I don't think anybody can relate to. And now with the Fukushima crisis being so bad, all of us who've been growing up on the west coast of California are, obviously pissed off and disturbed that the Pacific Ocean is slowly being contaminated by this disaster, and nothing going on. Trump won't even talk about it. It's like he's completely out of it. And I've been talking about this problem since its inception. I've been running show after show about Wasteful Wednesdays, have always kind of brought up Fukushima, and I've got this great way to solve the problem, which I think could be a solution. Rapidly covering up these smoldering catacombs of radiation and corium, they call it. You heard a Bon Jovi song during your near-death experience? Whoa, that's cool. Hello. Let's take a look what you got. Okay, this is live. We've got a man morphing. This is a morphing GIF that's just been created, or video. There he is, moving into another dimension. Jedi warrior. That's interesting. And that's a video, right? No, it's a GIF. That's a fantastic GIF, yeah. I don't know if I really want to, put it out there, because it obviously shows Donald Trump in a better light than he deserves. Okay. Trump Jedi, is that what we'll do? Or Jedi Trump, we'll do Trump Jedi. It's pretty amazing. Oh, we got a little problem here, hang on. Thank you. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Hey, sorry we had to erase the chat, but sometimes people just hate, on others, and they don't understand we're trying to help here. I know you're talking, and I had to interrupt your communication. I know a lot of you don't even use IMs. What's wrong with the IM system, I wonder, on this? It's like there's no fun in there. It's like there's nothing going on. Dave, like, totally, are you riding the wave, brah? Yeah, totally, like, definitely, for sure. It's totally possible, to like ride the wave and, not like it pitted, so pitted. Well, when you're like in tubular land, it's like you don't even know when it's going to happen, and then all of a sudden you're there, surfers have this amazing way of saying things without actually saying anything. That's what makes them so appealing. Yes, guest is on. Yeah, well, we're reading chat now, aren't we? So yeah, I think a solution is possible. I think we can cap the bay. We got plenty of old retired ships sitting around that could be put in the outlet in the Fukushima Bay area. Be fantastic. Yeah, and you'll love Fukushima even more when we cap it and pretty much deal with it. I think we can work collaterally with the Japanese government. I think everybody needs to pitch in. I think Russia might even be providing something. It's a worldwide event. Ironically, if we look at this as a way of gathering together as opposed to wars around the world, we'll be so much better off. And the amount of momentum in our economy will grow when we come up with solutions. Now, the Dakota pipeline we got to come up with a solution where it doesn't map through that area and somehow provides something safe for the Native Americans, completely giving them the oversight over the environmental conditions involving the crossover around the Missouri. I think integrating the Native Americans into this whole process, having a consortium of people from that area, from the Water Protector Group, review the environmental studies and actually be there, on a daily basis. No, we're going to take the New World Order down. I told you that's going down. The New World Order cannot possibly survive against the nation-state model. I represent the traditional format with a brand new approach. The New World Order is a subversive, satanic-driven. I don't believe in. I certainly don't believe that evil is anything other than a psychosis, a group psychosis in the minds of these evil people who are running a New World Order plot against the average person. And we're going to stop them because we have history on our side. They have no history. They have all the money in the world, but I have the test of time to stand beside me. The nation-state model will succeed. Every nation does a better job managing their own resources than a global world government, and the global world government is going to be on its last leg. Will basically pull and castrate their power structure so that they won't be able to hijack artificial intelligence or cybernetics. Be able to step in time, much like what happened when the Terminator helped John Connor from the death of destruction. And John Connor was able to survive against Skynet. And John Connor came back to lead the world. Yeah, I'm a cybernetic organism. Human flesh over metal exoskeleton. They have no history? What? Yeah, the New World Order has no history. They're just like Caesar, Hitler, Napoleon. All of them have failed. Now, they think they have a massive communication base. They think they've got the ability to control everything through their network of payoffs and buybacks, but frankly, the people have more power. Yeah, so Coretta Scott King's 1986 statement to the Senate about Jeff Sessions. She wrote a letter in opposition to Jeff Sessions. This is an interesting story. I like the If song, too. I like the Can't Stop song, too. I'll play that a little bit, too.
A person who has exhibited so much hostility to the enforcement of those laws.
The senator is reminded that it is a violation of Rule 19 of the standing rules of the Senate to impute to another senator or senators any conduct or motive unworthy or becoming a senator.
Mr. President, I don't think I quite understand. I'm reading a letter from Coretta Scott King to the Judiciary Committee from 1986 that was admitted into the record. I'm simply reading what she wrote about what the nomination of Jeff Sessions to be a federal court judgment and what it would mean in history for her.
You stated that a sitting senator is a disgrace to the Department of Justice.
So can I continue with Coretta Scott King's letter?
The senator may continue.
Mr. Sessions ignored allegations of similar behavior by whites, choosing instead to chill the exercise of the franchise by blacks by his misguided investigation.
Mr. President.
They are.
Mr. President.
The majority leader.
The senators impugn the motives and conduct of our colleague from Alabama as warned by the chair. Senator Warren, quote, said Senator Sessions has used the awesome power of his office to chill the free exercise of the vote by black citizens. I call the senator to order under the provisions of Rule 19.
Mr. President, I am surprised that the words of Coretta Scott King are not suitable for debate in the United States Senate. I ask leave of the Senate to continue my remarks.
Yeah.
Is there objection?
Object.
I appeal the ruling.
Objection is heard. The senator will take her seat.
And I'm here today.
All I can tell you is it's same old with Trump. It's just like George W. Bush's cabinet on steroids. And now you got the situation getting out of control again with Trump. Get this, he's making money from the U.S. government, renting space to the U.S. military, just so his wife and son can live at Trump Towers. Isn't this unreal? Yeah. So I agree that we should definitely have Coretta Scott King's statements heard. Yeah, we should definitely. I mean, I was surprised that she was shut up. This is what makes me so angry that the Republicans are again doing exactly what Obama did, not allowing a dialogue. It's like the pendulum has swung the other way in politics. All right, so this is a first on CNN. U.S. military is going to rent. Not yet. No, I haven't. We're still in the dating stage. I said if I could get to first base, maybe we could move on to second base. Let me show you the. Hang on. It's not. I'll just lift it then. There we go. First on CNN, U.S. military to rent space in Trump Tower. We're basically paying Trump to rent space so that we can guard him. We have a weird noise on your end? Not really. No, I just got a air filter in the back, yeah. I've got air filters running everywhere just because to filter the chemtrails, all over the world coming into my window. The U.S. military is looking to lease space in Trump Tower in order to meet official mission requirements. The Department of Defense is working through appropriate channels in accordance with all applicable legal channels. So we're going to pay, get this, we're paying him. No, Trump is never going to be considered that, hardly. We're paying Trump money out of our tax dollars as part of that $1 million that we're supposed to be paying out for his wife's security. We're paying him for that. I'm in a state of shock. This guy is fleecing the country to defend his wife and son. When she won't even allow him to be, we all know the reason. It's not about Barron and a private school at the White House. She wants to stay with a private school. It's about Melania living in utter fear of what Trump's going to say next. Yeah, you saw how she responded in that inaugural situation, how her face completely turned into a different mask. $90 million. Trump's already spent $3 million going down to his resort down in Florida, and he charged you for it. And he did business down there at the same time while he's president. Is this some sort of a joke going on? I mean, are we really sitting here while this guy fleeces our country and drains it of its last dollars while it's on its last leg? You really believe Trump is helping the country by fleecing it like this? I can't believe this. Here's execution Mississippi style. Bill approving fire squad gassing or electrocution passes. There you have it. Mississippi is going to do what they got to do to deal with crime. All right? Damn. This is the best reality show ever. Thank you so much, 561. I do appreciate your kind words. This is the end, Dave. The only end, my friend. How you doing, Gru? Grugatch, you're a great intellectual, and we're very blessed to have you here. I appreciate your dialogue and all all of your insight into the nuances of this New World Order that they formed. And a lot of you have been tracking the New World Order all the way down the rabbit hole, and you came up realizing, wow, we really do need a third party. And I appreciate that too, truly. All of you for waking up to what's really in need of accountability. Lack of accountability has been the biggest problem. We don't monitor the waste in our government, the financial waste. I could probably give you a few things here. Healthcare costs are costing us right now $40 billion more per month because of Obamacare for healthcare. So that's a serious amount of money. Healthcare. So look at all that money that it's just sucking us dry. And that's because people will not in any way cut back. I see people all the time actually charging more. Yes, Mrs. Smith, we'd like to see you in it. Could you come back in 2 weeks? Because we'll make more money on you by billing Medicaid. So they're using all these old people, and they're growing by the second, because they say 65% of our population is over 65 right now, or it's getting there. By 2025, I believe we'll be there. Whistleblower at State Department exposes refugee program as a complete fraud. Wow, interesting. Let's take a look at that too. The ship method won't work well. Well, we just have to drop these ships linearly along the distance if the depth is no more than 100 feet. Because these ships, including their hull, could go up to about 100 feet. So we might be able to do that, and then we can use liquid concrete that sets in epoxy. Yeah, I heard Steve Bannon, Smokin' Jay says that Steve Bannon thinks the end of the world is near. You know, having a religious zealot or a neocon ranter like Steve Bannon in the White House, when he doesn't even champion the most important thing that Andrew Breitbart was stopping, two of the things that Andrew Breitbart talked about, John Podesta, he won't even get behind that story. Steve Bannon is mute on Pizzagate. And Steve Bannon also is mute on prosecuting Barack Obama for a Kenyan, clearly a birth certificate that was from Kenya. And I don't know about Joe Arpaio. He's probably sitting around. Arpaio is just going, I can't believe that they're not doing this. Because they have absolute firm evidence that Barack Obama defrauded the American people with a fake birth certificate. So Steve Bannon is not the greatest guy for Plus he's registered in 2 states, like I said. He's committing voter fraud. That you can go to jail for that. You can't register in 2 separate states for votership. So Chicago Tribune is doing whitelist this site. Reload the page. What? You know, they're doing the same thing. So federal judges expressed skepticism about arguments on Trump's travel ban. That's all you got. I can't take those links because I don't, have ad block. David, do you have a bunker? Well, if I had a bunker, would I tell you I have a bunker? We're in preparedness mode. Today was a really bad day, 984. The entire Northwest got hit with a massive snowstorm. Yeah, for us, it's really unusual. And, it was very weird out there. And we saw the chemtrails 2 days before the snowstorm. So they created an artificial snowstorm in the Pacific Northwest. When I moved up here 20 years ago, they used to say, "Oh, it never snows here." We're getting snow every year, and this year we got two snows. Hey, Obama made it 4 months into the presidency before his golfing outing with Mount Commander-in-Chief. First hitting the links. Yeah, that's right. George H.W. made it even longer. First hitting the links as president about 5.5 months into his term. Donald Trump made it 2 weeks before he headed to the golf course. So Obama was 4 months into the presidency before he started golfing, which is his trademark. George W. Bush was 5.5 months before he started golfing. Trump did it in 2 weeks. Wow. What can I say? He's just there because he was running out of money, and he really believed that he could take a lame duck Republican Party, and he did it, using my ideas. So yeah. Anything's possible. So you think Bill Gates is trying to drive away people from Washington? Wow. Oh, I don't know the answer to your question, but it's irrelevant. He's cashing in. I heard it's getting harder and harder to do business in Washington because of the tax structure, property tax structure. The income tax structure is great. There's no income tax in Washington. But there's taxes on business and occupation taxes that could be pretty stiff. I'm not really here to talk about local politics, but I can see how it's playing out in every state. Every state's going bankrupt. Financially, every state runs, we talked about this last night on Truth Tuesday, every state runs at a deficit. The whole country has been borrowing. We borrowed $9.3 trillion over and above what we had just to finance our country the past 8 years. And Trump has $10 trillion budget over budget slated for 4 years. So, yeah. I love Saturday morning cartoons. What happened to them? Yes, we will bring back Saturday morning. What happened to the Saturday morning? I don't have cable TV, so that's what happened to them, Dave. But no, really, what happened to Saturday morning cartoons? Would they just stop playing on regular TV or something? I thought NBC, ABC, and CBS all played them. Yeah. Well, of course we owe Asians. Of course we know that. We have a shared debt of, I'd say, $2.5 trillion with China. We have a trade deficit of about $250 billion per year. But $2.5 trillion owed to China, more so owed to Japan, ironically. We are deeper in debt to Japan than we are China, which is kind of ironic. But ironically, the Belgium still holds a major note with America. And that's where all the money's tied up in this massive debt to the World Bank in Belgium. In fact, whenever you send your taxes in, it goes to the Treasury, and they bump it to the Federal Reserve, and they send it off to the World Bank, because all it is interest on the debt. They're making money on our country as we all struggle. They learned how to control our country back in 1913 when they passed the Federal Reserve Act. We have enabled guest chat. You're here. 156 says enable guest chat, please. Yep, you're in. Yeah, well, that's how they do it. They print more money and borrow more money against the principal, and here we are. Our country literally is being run by people who just hand a credit card over and go, charge it. That's how absurd this whole thing is. And John F. Kennedy knew this about 9 days before he died. He actually said our country's been hijacked by monetary elitists. I mean, he himself realized we didn't even have a country. But then they killed him. He talked about secret societies controlling our country, and we all know that they're clearly at work. The inner machinations of our government is controlled by a group called the Third Rail. And anyone who talks about the Third Rail in the military, in the government, ends up dying. You can't discuss it. But we've only heard about it through, discussions from outside on the blogosphere.
Does anybody have anything?
We've had a tremendous amount of interaction on the internet. All of us have. So ideas are shared so rapidly, it's almost amazing. And that's what the beauty of the internet. That's what makes this show so vital. It's so enjoyable, too. Hey, here's sassy Trump saying we will destroy his career.
Not even a question, a statement as to how we can bring about law enforcement in a very good, civil, lovely way. But we have to stop crime, right? Would anybody like to make a statement covering this? Yes, sir.
Asset forfeiture. We got a state senator in Texas that was talking about introducing legislation to require conviction before we could receive that forfeiture.
Can you believe that?
And I told him that the cartel would build a monument to him in Mexico if he could do that.
Who's the state senator? You want to give his name? We'll destroy his career.
So he's willing to destroy a man's career like that. Yeah. Wow. Unbelievable. Power hunger, lack of fairness, lack of objectivity. This guy, I'm telling you, is the worst. David, will you give reparations to descendants of Southern landowners who were raped, robbed, and disenfranchised by the Yankees? Don't you get Isn't there a welfare program in your state, Mad Dog? I thought we were giving you reparations. What do you think welfare was? Trump is a... Oh, yeah, total. Yeah, we've been paying reparations on this Civil War for years, on both the North and the South. Wow, burn. Rawhide. Well, I take my patriotism from the late, great John Wayne. Well, let me tell you, Pilgrim. Let's listen to him. Hello. He'll lock up. There we go. Okay.
You ask me why I love her? Well, give me time. I'll explain. You seen a Kansas sunset or an Arizona rain? Have you drifted on a bayou down Louisiana way? Have you watched the cold fog drifting over San Francisco Bay?
Have you traveled outside of the Fukushima dead zone and seen... Well, let me tell you, Pilgrim. You haven't seen radiation like they got outside of Fukushima. You better believe it. Hey, I'm just glad George Soros' partner Steve Mnuchin now runs the Treasury. Good call. Yeah, George Soros' partner, Steve. You're right, Trumptard, yeah. Hey, and I'm just glad all those reptiles are so rich. Because, you know, reptiles, when they're rich, they're going to get richer. And that'll mean America gets richer, right? When all the people in Trump's cabinet gets richer, America will get richer. Because they have more income and wealth than 1/3 of the population. So when America is, you know, getting richer because the reptiles in the swamp are getting richer, we'll be getting poorer. But America will still be getting richer because those 5 guys will be getting richer, you see? So he's right in a way. He's going to make America great again, but just the 5 guys sitting in his office. So, yeah, you all don't qualify. Y'all regular people. You don't get in and now you get nothing. You get squat. You know, Donald Trump hasn't even put out a plan. We got $40 billion going out more per month, and he hasn't even put a plan to put the brakes on Obamacare. And he doesn't realize that the only way to stop Obamacare is to prosecute Barack Obama for violations of fraud and for being Pussy of the Year. Trump doesn't even have the balls, the kahunas, to deal with this guy and prosecute the biggest pussy of the year, you know? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so he doesn't have the balls to prosecute Obama. He doesn't have the balls to prosecute Hillary. And he won't even make America great again like John Wayne. Give him time. He got no time. I got no time. I like that movie. Yeah, it was good. Rooster Cogburn. Yeah, I hear you, man. Well, let's be clear. Well, the good thing is he learned well from the Kissinger Institute, and Henry Kissinger now has K.T. McFarland in the cabinet so he can control little Donald. And I think Barack showed him around, so now he can go do the things that he needs to do when he's learning how to walk around on his little feetsies. This is an exclusive picture of Obama giving Donald Trump a tour of the White House. It was a very rare day in American history when someone with such an infantile mindset, with such a narrow view of our Constitution, can actually go and walk through the walls of the White House. But Trump did it, and he was good. He was on his feet the whole time. He did really well. Okay. Yeah, The Shootist was the best movie that John Wayne ever made. Absolutely. I should save that. Okay, you've got weather conditions in Grants Pass, Oregon. 99% humidity, or lows in the mid-40s. Hey, so it's not freezing. That's good. Well, good for you. Dave, Trump doesn't want to bring big names like that back on the scene. He wants all the focus on him alone. Yeah, you're right. So he doesn't want to talk about Obama or Hillary. He doesn't want to prosecute him. That sounds like an elaborate justification you've concocted in your brain. No, they've committed crimes. They need to be prosecuted. End of story. Trump is complicit in protecting them, aiding and abetting a crime. You realize that Trump could go to jail for not only taking bribes for a cabinet position, Secretary of Education, but also possibly aiding and abetting a criminal like Hillary Clinton and John Podesta? Yeah, it's called aiding and abetting. You can't just do that. Cowabunga. Yes, this is true. Little Trump. Trumpy. Trumpy little. Trumpy 5. I feel like Jabba the Hutt here, sitting over my Fukushima solution. Wikipedia. Yes, I got this. Wikipedia bans Daily Mail. Just came in. We just got this information. Thank you. Now, Duct Tape doesn't deserve to be freed. He doesn't. His whole account is frozen in time and space. What? The Fed's investigating an explosive device they found at Lake Mead. Wow. Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Okay, Wikipedia bans Daily Mail as unreliable source. Wow. They have voted to ban the Daily Mail as a source for the website, all but exceptional circumstances, after deeming the news group generally unreliable. You know, ironically, the Daily Mail, I tend to agree, because the Daily Mail has been used by the British Royal Intelligence as a disinformation outlet. So yeah, the false fake news have been coming out of Daily Mail for some time, yeah. A lot of the fake news that we know today is just simply the CIA in their art department working up ideas and pushing them on our heads. Your life story. It's the story of a guy named the Shootist. Oh yeah, it's a great movie. Well, let me tell you, Pilgrim. A dying gunfighter spends his last days looking for a way to die with minimum pain and maximum dignity. It's fantastic. 1976, perhaps the greatest one, because he had already lost half his lung when he did it. The legendary John Wayne died of lung cancer. Yeah, many people say he was outside breathing in the radioactive waste material from the Dugway, Utah proving ground that blew right into his face. They used to set up movie shoots out there just downwind from the Dugway proving ground, and they were just doing nonstop uranium testing back then. That's what happened to not only John Wayne, but another guy. Yeah, true story. Another guy, a guy by the name of Steve McQueen. Yeah. Well, let me tell you, I aimed up please, partner. John Wayne couldn't act worth a bean when he first started, but he started working through it and became a better actor for it. Yeah, he really didn't have a very good acting talent at first, but and this guy, Steve McQueen, yeah, great guy. One of the all-time greatest actors of all times. And overusing the word all time over and over again. All time. Absolutely. All-time greatest all-time actor. All the time, every time. I was riding my motorcycle. I was going fast. I couldn't help but see you were in my way. So I did what I had to do. I took you out. Yeah, he has the same hair, but that's about it. I don't really look like the guy. Yeah, so it's amazing. I lasted this long and I haven't had one hair complaint. What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Are you approving of the hair or what? Or are you just afraid of being a hair tard? I had a few people I was accusing of being a hair tard the other night. You met John Wayne when your dad ran jet boat on Rogue River during film Rooster Cogburn. I was 4. Wow, what a great memory, Smokin' Jay. I had a similar memory when I was about 10. My father knew the promotions guy through a teacher friend at the Forum, and I used to go to the Laker games and sit in the press room with the likes of Jerry West and Wilt Chamberlain and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It was over about a 5-year period I would get to go to these things. We got to the press room. It was incredible. And I'll never forget being 10 years old, looking up at Wilt Chamberlain and seeing him walk right by me. It's like, that's Wilt! It was amazing. Yeah, one of those memories I'll never forget. It makes me kind of teary-eyed. It makes you want to get a sandwich. Yeah, I was in the press box. Chick Hearn was making drinks, and they served me a Shirley Temple, because that, kids can't drink. Did you see this movie with McQueen? Let me take a look. It's memory night, I guess. We're wasting the time on memories. The Sand Pebbles, yeah, that's a great movie. 1966. Engineer Jake Holman arrives aboard the gunboat USS San Pablo, assigned to patrol a tributary of the Yangtze in the middle of the exploited, revolution-torn 1926 China. Yeah, that was great. Shirley Temples were never legal. They were always legal, I should say, yeah. There's no alcohol in them. Well, isn't that great? You met Kevin Bacon and Meryl Streep during filming River Wild? Wow. He's a great actor. Meryl Streep's a fantastic actress. Wow. I met Kathy Bates, the woman who played in Misery with James Caan and all kinds of other movies. I met her at a laundromat in my local area. She was visiting her friend Oprah, who has a house near here. Yeah. And I walked up to her, I said, you're a dead ringer for Kathy Bates. Misery. It's a movie. Watch it. Yeah, the crazy lady that had him all tied up and had him locked, broke his legs. Yeah. Yeah. Kathy Bates is a great actress. She turned to me and she said, I get that a lot. And she just smiled. I said, you look a lot like Kathy Bates. And she said, yeah, I get that a lot. And she was wearing the weirdest clothes, like a muumuu. And she looked like she was just down to her last muumuu, and she had to wash clothes desperately. Well, Oprah's very, very particular. You just can't visit Oprah dressed in your, hidey-tighties. You got to be in your hidey-tighties when you're hotty-dotties. Okay, the feds are investigating explosive device in Lake Mead. Yep. They found it, it's called water. It's the last drop. It's just floating. They don't know what it is. No. Lake Mead's pretty dry right now, but as you can see, it's not. The National Park Service is investigating a small explosive device that was found in the Lake Mead National Recreation Area in Nevada. An employee cleaning an area near an overlook Saturday discovered a suspicious object the size of a ping pong ball and notified park rangers. One hummingbird nest halts massive renovation of California Bridge. Oh, that's another story. And that section of the park was cleared while the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department bomb squad removed the explosive material. There was no note, nothing along the dies, just sitting there. Yeah. What a weird golf ball size explosive, like plastique. Plastiki. I always wanted to do a revival of Kon-Tiki, Thor Heyerdahl when you don't know. He actually built a boat that could travel across the Atlantic Ocean, and he tried to prove that people came over here before Christopher Columbus, and he built it out of reeds, the Kon-Tiki. I'm sure somebody's going to make a plastiki and build it out of plastic. Prove that mankind can still travel across the ocean in plastic. Lee Marvin, Ernest Borgnine in the movie that was great. Yeah, boy, it's a retro night, isn't it? Movie night. Well, hopefully that'll be a non-story. It'll be a non-story. This woman is an interesting story. She was homeschooling her kids, and she essentially was told that even though she'd complied with all the laws in advance, and even announced that she was going to pull her kids out of the school, that she'd neglected her kids, and CPS came to her home and took her kids away. I'm not kidding. And here's the link that came in earlier. Yeah, here it is. Some of you... David Nation doesn't even like African American women. She just likes She just. Do you really? Would you date an African American woman? You're African American, right? Okay, check it out.
Again, how can they be failing in a school that they don't attend? That they're not even. Anyway, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you to anyone who checked on me, whether it be a phone call or a text message, an inbox, or anybody who commented on the post when I made it publicly known that I had been arrested. I appreciate you all immensely for
she was arrested,
for your support and just keeping me on thought. Okay, let's get right down to it. I've been homeschooling my children since last month, December 2016. Anybody who's familiar with New York State law for homeschooling, you know that you have to file a letter of intent to homeschool with City Hall. Which I did, so you can see right here. This is a copy of it. December 5th, 2016. I went directly to City Hall and put these 2 letters of intent in and told them that I will be homeschooling my children from now on. And that is proper procedure in New York State. It's very simple, just like that. And then you have to follow up with an individualized education plan, which I also turned in to City Hall. So, not too long after I did this paperwork, I learned that my children's school had contacted Child Protective Services because my children had quote-unquote excessive absences from school. Well, how can they be absent from a school that I unenrolled them from? They're not enrolled in your school anymore, so they're not absent. So, long story short, I'm driving. This was last week, Friday, January 13th, Friday the 13th. So, I'm driving past my house and I see police cars and whatnot, some commotion outside my home. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's for the people next door, maybe it's for the people downstairs because I live upstairs, or shit, maybe it's for me. But y'all know I don't fuck with the pigs, so I'm the type, I'm to have all my shit legal and in order, whether it be my driving shit or whatever, to have everything legal and in order, not breaking any laws.
None of her stuff was out of ordinary. She had all her driving shit in order. Okay? You got that? She didn't break any laws. She completely... We're talking about a police state forming in New York. This is Buffalo, New York. They went in and took her kids and arrested her. You can imagine how messed up this is, and all she's doing is homeschooling her children. Yeah.
But I still, just to avoid the pigs, I'll drive 2, 3, 4, 5 miles around. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not a criminal. Let me put that on record. I've never been arrested in my life. I'm 30 years old, never ever been arrested. So, never been charged with anything, nothing of the sort. So anyways, they see me. Apparently, they know my face and they know my vehicle. They follow me. I'm driving, they follow me. So finally, I pull over. Of course, when I pull over, they pull over. They come to my vehicle. They snatch me out my car. They illegally impound my vehicle because my registration was good. My insurance was valid. Yeah. So they illegally impound my vehicle.
Right.
My vehicle's still in the impound, actually. They refused to tell me my charges. They refused to read me my rights. They arrested me. And they handed me this paper, this court summons. Well, first and foremost, they demanded to know where my children were because they wanted to remove the children from my custody. So they said, either you tell us where the children are because we're kidnapping your children, basically. So either let us kidnap your children or we're taking you to jail. So it was good. My insurance was valid. So they illegally impound my vehicle. My vehicle still in the impound, actually. They They refused to tell me my charges.
All right. You know, believe it or not, when they illegally impound a vehicle, you got to pay like $270 to $700 to get it out of impound, depending on how long it's in there. Now, you get arrested, she's in jail for, say, 5 days. That's $700 just to get your car out of impound right there. There's a racket there. And she can't get her money back. She'll never get money back for that car that's in impound. Her kids were taken away. She has to get out of jail. I mean, put yourself in this poor woman's situation. Just put yourself there. Start relating, empathize. Now, Moscow Times is claiming that they're going to ban a porn site called Brazzers for damaging the human psyche. This is fascinating. Moscow is stepping up against pornography, and everyone knows the most porn comes out of Russia. So why don't they deal with the problems of pornography within their own country by prosecuting people who illegally do it and entrap women and rape women? But this is a good start in the right direction for Moscow. Good for them. We don't have the ability to ban porn here in the U.S. Unless it's considered obscene, and then it has to go to court. Okay, let's get back to the story, shall we? She's not a racist. She's just a woman who lost her kids. Feel something in your heart. Some of you are so desensitized to life itself that you have no feeling, no empathy for anyone.
They refused to read me my rights. They arrested me, and they handed me this paper, this court summons. Well, first and foremost, they demanded to know where my children were because they wanted to remove the children from my custody. So they said, either you tell us where the children are because we're kidnapping your children, basically.
Yeah.
So either let us kidnap your children or we're taking you to jail. So y'all already know how that went down.
Yeah.
So they proceed to hand me this I don't even know what to call this. I can't even call it a legal document. It's this court order. This is what they hand me. They're charging me with neglect of my two children. It says, number one, a respondent has failed or refused to ensure that the children attend school on a regular basis. What school are they supposed to attend? Because they're unenrolled in school, they're homeschooled, which is 100% in accordance with New York State law. Number two, both children have not attended school since approximately November 16th. Well, yeah, that's very quote-unquote approximate because that's not true at all. Like I said, all this took place in December. Both children are failing as a result. Again, how can they be failing in a school that they don't attend, that they're not even enrolled in? Number three, the respondent has failed or refused to cooperate with school officials in addressing the children's school attendance problems. The school knows my children are homeschooled. Child Protective Services knows my children are homeschooled. The homeschool coordinator at City Hall in Buffalo, New York knows that my children are homeschooled. Okay, number four. Respondent has engaged in a pattern of switching children from school to school. First of all, that's not the case. Second of all, if that was the case, that's not neglecting my children. As long as they're enrolled in some school or they're being taught a homeschool curriculum, it doesn't matter where they're at or if I change it. That's not illegal. That's not indicative of neglect because that means they're in some sort of school. Changing a child's school is not neglectful by any means. Let's see. Respondent appears to have a problem with whatever school the children are attending. This is an actual legal court document. Because I have a problem, and I'm not going to confirm or deny if I do have a problem with whatever children my school are attending.
She's caught in the system, man. It's really very unfortunate because, you know, it's like a machine. It just sucks people in. Yeah, her name is Kiera Harris, and her Facebook is right here. She said recently, I'm safe now, family. I'm safe for now, family. That's what she just said. If anyone has tried to call or text my phone, it was taken by the police. I'll make a video. Everyone will tell you what's going on. I'm telling you, she did nothing wrong. She's just being picked on, man. Seriously. But you know what really bothers me is Barack Obama had 8 years to solve a lot of the problems with CPS, didn't do a damn thing. He could have done something about all the brutality in cities like Chicago, police brutality against whites, blacks, Hispanics, Asians, whatever. He could have done something, and all he did was waste 8 years of time playing golf and stuttering. Literally. I kid you not.
If we fall for, you know, a bunch of sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative,
Pocahontas.
Bing, bing.
No, she's got this goofy friend, Mike. She's a basket case. Donald Trump. Oh, boy. Goofus.
Okay, I can talk. Yeah, sometimes the computer has to catch up to my chance of speaking, and I realize that the background activities in a computer oftentimes delay the response time in the show. Yeah, so Trump basically is it's in a situation where he started to golf right away, whereas Barack Obama waited 4 months to start golfing. So it's pretty obvious that Trump's also just as divisive as Barack Obama and won't find any common ground with the opposite side, which is identical to Barack Obama. So we won't prosecute Barack Obama for any fraud or anything, which is kind of like exactly what Barack Obama, he wouldn't want to be prosecuted. So Trump really is Barack Obama's clone. I mean, we are dealing with a puppet here, right? No, I cut my own audio. That's right. Yeah, Trump golfed after 10 days. That's right, Trump tard. I saw that. I couldn't believe it. And, you know, Barack Obama has been a golfer unto himself. I don't know if anyone realizes this, but Barack Obama actually golfs by himself. He doesn't golf with other people. Yes, you did. You said something very sensitive and disturbing. You were implying a lot of things in that statement, so I purged you. Yeah, it's pretty simple, really. Yeah. Hey, yeah, well, Barack Obama was born in Kenya. You're ovulating? Wow. He actually, you can go to Kenya and drive here. If you're crossing the Kenyan border, you will see the sign. It says, "Welcome to Kenya, birthplace of Barack Obama." Yeah, so for some reason, we, the American people, have been duped. Trump is protecting this fraud. This guy who's been golfing most of his adult life. And it's pretty obvious that we had this doofus as a president who didn't really accomplish anything. And now we've got another doofus who's not only not accomplishing anything, he's creating friction with our friends around the world. Now, if you think that Trump is going to solve the problems with Russia, he's creating more problems with Russia as he continues to not release funding, stop the funding for rebel troops. He continues to endorse this. So Trump is doing exactly what Obama did, funding rebel troops in Syria. Yeah. So he's basically just a place mark in history, just like, Barack Obama was. So the New World Order wins, and we get the same old, same old. But worse yet, we got a guy who's so xenophobic about Muslims that he's going to create an even bigger crisis, an eternal conflict within our neighborhood. It's going to affect all of us. You know how many people are scrambling to the border right now just to get out of here? 91 in the area of Manitoba. They arrived at the border just last week. 91 people crowded into an area in Manitoba trying to gain access to the Canadian government. They're leaving the U.S. They're trying to move to Canada because they're afraid. They're going to be rounded up like animals. Total disaster, I agree. Yeah, a war crisis, a civil war crisis. I can honestly say this guy didn't create a civil war crisis. Trump's doing that. Nope, just didn't do anything. He just wasted all of his time playing golf. Yeah, so now the alternative network is claiming, now this is another alt-right news story that could also be fake. The story about an FBI informant claiming that he's going to prosecute Pizzagate. Would love to know if that's true, but watch this. This is what the alt news does. They come up with a story and they claim that Trump said this. Pedophiles will get the death penalty. Okay? You notice how it's not in quotation marks? He's vowed to tackle the child abduction crisis in the U.S. by giving pedophiles a fast resulting death penalty. He tweeted, President-elect tweeted that there are too many incidents and something must be done about these perverts. Okay, but where's the tweet? Yeah. You see the tweet that said that? No. I want to see justice too, but I don't see anything coming out of Trump's campaign. Alt News Network is not exactly the Trump campaign making a statement about Pizzagate. So don't believe everything you read in the alt-right news. You can believe it if obviously if you believe everything you read, you would understand that most of these people want to make a story so they can sell their website or make AdSense dollars or get donations. Most of them live off donations. Yeah. So that's how they come up with stories. So I have yet to see any real evidence that Pizzagate's going to be investigated. Yeah, I want to protect the children for sure, Ron. But we're not getting any real solutions from Trump, and he hasn't even tweeted about Pizzagate once. Now, I have yet to see him say he wants to give the death penalty to perverts. That's just coming out of the alt-right site. So it's just, typical dictator verbiage. There you go. Well, let's be clear. But a lot of you are looking for answers, and, for some of you transgenders, you will have very nice support from Donald Trump. I'm sure he'll follow in the tradition of offering transgender sex change operations in the military, just like Barack Obama. Yeah. Many of you are wondering, why is that? Well, because Donald Trump likes transgenders. I mean, he liked Caitlyn Jenner enough to give her, whatever, a place at the inauguration. So I'm not a big supporter of transgenderism and catering to transgenderism. I believe that, I don't even know if this person is a transgender. I mean, I don't even know who it is. Him or her, whatever. Yeah, so Trump flies with Jeffrey Epstein, Orgy Island, the whole connection to child sex trafficking, and endorses transgenderism. Wow. I don't think Trump's a social conservative for you people who are Christians who are wondering about him and his relationship with the Lord. Trump claims to be a Presbyterian. I don't know what he really believes in. I've got a lot of videos that'll just lay into him. But let's not make this a rag on Trump night. Let's make this what do we do to the waste in the country night. I know. Trump called a 10-year-old girl from beneath the escalator. I know. I remember that scene. It was weird. My religion, I do not have one. I was raised a Catholic, and I decided the Catholic religion wasn't for me when I was about 11, and I then left the church. So I studied Zen Buddhism, yes. I studied under a Zen Buddhist master who was also a con artist. I didn't like that. I didn't like people like that. You know, my former employer, I didn't like his approach. You see, Zen Buddhism, when you study Zen Buddhism, one of the first things you learn is that it's a joke. I mean, the whole thing is, one of the grand masters in Zen Buddhism had this follower that said, "Master, I would love to earn your respect. What can I do to earn your respect?" And the master said, "You simply have to cut your arm off." And the guy amputated his arm, and he was walking around with a stub. He's saying, "Master, have I earned your respect?" And the master turned to him and said, Are you that stupid that you would cut your arm off for my respect? Who cares?" And so the whole thing is kind of a joke, the whole Zen Buddhism thing. But Buddhism itself has its roots in some amazing philosophies. But Zen Buddhism, I don't know. I don't talk about my history in martial arts. I try to keep it. It's a personal relationship I have with my secret sensei, who is in my mind and gives me the power to achieve greater control over the most important thing, which I believe is our body. You see, the body and the mind must work together, and we must have some sort of a natural connection, and you must move as if your body is like water.
It is like a finger pointing away to the moon. Don't concentrate on the finger or you will miss all that heavenly glory. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water, like water. Water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water. Water can flow, or it can crash. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water. Be water, my friend. Running water never goes stale, so you gotta just keep on flowing, keep on flowing. You gotta just keep on flowing. So you gotta just keep on flowing. You have to train. You have to keep your reflexes so that when you want it, it's there. When you want to move, you're moving. I mean, you gotta put the whole grip into it. Snap, become one with her. You better train every part of your body. I mean, you gotta put the whole grip into it. Snap. You better train, become one with her. You better train every part of running water never goes stale, so you gotta just keep on flowing, keep on flowing. So you gotta just keep on, Under the sky, under the heaven, there is but one family. Do not believe in styles. Styles separate man. It's a process of continual growth. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water. Water can flow, or it can crash. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water. Be water, my friend.
Be water, my friends.
Grasshopper, can you snatch the pebble from my hand? Now, hello. So welcome everybody to the show. Yeah, that's just amazing workout, just to work your pecs during a show and you get up off the chair, just do that on occasion. It's good for you. Otherwise, you're going to turn into a bag of fat. You can get rid of a lot of those screens now. We can just dump them. Yeah, whatever. I did work out. Yeah, I mean, if you elevate your blood pressure 3 times a day, they say you're going to be doing great. I'll show you my roundhouse in just a second. Yeah. Yeah, bag of fat. Yeah. You'll be Mr. Adipose Tissue. So a little later, we'll be doing the Can't Stop song. You know, I do that a little later. So I try to exercise every hour on the show. I mean, you can't do a 5-hour show and not exercise. You really need to exercise. Exercise your mind. Yeah. So Sean Spicer is known for his radically weird statements already, just a few weeks into it, as press secretary for Donald Trump. Kellyanne Conway is not the only Trump advisor to make up terrorist attacks. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer has repeatedly listed Atlanta among cities racked by Islamist terror. Problem is, there's never been an Islamic terror attack in Atlanta. So, Press Secretary Spicer is not getting his facts straight. Whoa, that was weird. Totally. Well, let's be clear. Like, for sure. Okay, we've got a breakdown in chat for some reason. Possible attack in progress. Do me a favor and go to Vaughn just for a second. Okay. And we will... Oh, I'm up and running. Hang on. I'm good. Okay, we're good. Sometimes we get hit with a Trump or a troll attack. You know, the Sean Spicer Saturday Night Live thing, I've got that in the queue tonight, so we're going to watch that ourselves in the evening. You know, that's a very funny skit if you are on heavy medication and can't comprehend to human contact. You had a sense of DDoS? Yeah, okay. Sarah would love this. Can you pass the internet quiz? Could be your thing for tonight. BuzzFeed.com has a story about the only 90s kids will be able to pass this early internet quiz. Wow.
Would I be a 90s kid?
You kind of are, yeah.
Yeah, probably,
you are.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a 90s chick. You're from the 70s.
Well, I'll put this in the show while I kind of check out of here.
I love it.
I love it. 6 simple questions? Okay, we'll do that. Wear better ties, David, if you're better predant. Are you from another country? Have you ever used Google Translate? Try, because your statements are disjointed and seemingly incomprehensible. This is a very unusual show. You are so right. We are probably the best show on the internet. You found us. Congratulations. We've been hiding because of our censorship out there. Yeah, the censorship keeps people from knowing about us. But if you tell everybody about americasthirdparty.com, they'll go to our website and watch our show. All right. Hey, yeah, it's very interesting. Hey, so here we go. We've been the only show online for 8 years, every night for 5 hours a night, without a break, except Sundays. But that is the day of rest for all of us to think about spiritual things. Topic is your future. Actually, the topic is Wasteful Wednesday. We're wondering if any of us could get an education. We just talked about San Francisco offering a free education to everybody in San Francisco, so that's a new move in the right direction. But will it bankrupt our government? Will San Francisco run out of money? We've got a lot of things we have to discuss about, getting everybody an education. But I think people could get a 6-week to 6-month education and get a certificate to get a job, paying $20 to $25 an hour. That's just a starting point. But paying for a 4-year education is not tenable in America. It is in other countries, but not in America. The cost of education is too high. But Sarah's here to give you an education for free right now, and she's got books that give you background on American history and all kinds of stuff. So hang in there, enjoy. And here's the internet quiz if you want to do it.
Okay.
I'll be back.
I'll do the internet quiz. I won't turn off guest chat if you guys are nice to me. Okay, what was the stop error screen from Windows 95, better known as the blue screen of death? I knew it, even before I was offered the choices. The blue screen of death. Yes, that's correct. Correct! The blue screen of death. BSOD. What was happening when you heard this sound? Oh, let's hear that you're connecting to the internet. Dial-up modem connecting to the internet. I love that sound. On a 56.6K modem or 28. Correct! Okay, that's enough of that. That's the sound of a dial-up modem handshake. I wonder if David still has his robotics dial-up modem. You've got mail. Which of these was not an early internet browser? Quark, Express, Opera, Cello, Netscape, and Mosaic. I know Netscape was. Opera, maybe. Quark, Express. Which one wasn't it one? It says was not. See, was not. Quark. I'm thinking Quark too. Correct! Quark Express was a desktop publishing software. Oh, so hilarious. What does BBS stand for? Bulletin board system. Bulletin board system, broadband service, or big botnet system? Bulletin board system. Correct! I must be a 90s chick. BBS stands for Bulletin Board System, and they were big on the early internet. You would dial into the bulletin board, download the data to save your... Because remember, Ma Bell was still like in charge of telephones back then. So you download everything quickly, and then you would compose your replies offline, and then you would dial in, upload it really fast, download it, the next one, get offline as quick as possible. Because it was 10 cents a minute. No, it wasn't 10 cents a minute. It was more like 25 sometimes. What's a handle? A handle's like a username now. It's like what? It was a login ID, yes. A login ID. Wrong. An internet alias. Screen name. Whatever. Similar. Alias, alright. Sure, okay, whatever. Screen name. A login is usually a screen name now. You just called it a screen name? Blew my mind that I was wrong. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you for loving me. If someone asks for your ASL, what do they want? Age, sex, location. The old hookup days. Your avatar, session ID, and latency. Essentially, it was an early internet greeting. Age, sex, location. Correct. I have 5 out of 6 right. Internet pioneer. That login ID one, I'm sorry, that still goes with it. Oh, totally. I used to chat with David on Web TV. I even have look, this is kind of like a Web TV keyboard. It's wireless like Web TV was. Ah, that's so funny. Bingalitis, no, that's hilarious. That's funny. He had a web TV set-top box. He ran up in a few rooms. Oh, I sometimes went in web TV, and it was always these like guys that like stay-at-home dads that were in there. Well, how old am I now? 38? Oh, wait. I think I just turned 39. I think I am. I think I'm 39 now. Ooh, that's kind of scary. Oh yes, just for a little while, I'm older than Mad Dog. Oh, you'll make it, Divination. I know it seems like forever when from your age to my age, but it'll be here before you know it. Yeah, you can't watch YouTube videos, you can't stream, you can't chat. It was hard. It was difficult to do things on dial-up. All right. I know a lot of times you had no, remember that it wasn't even MP3 audio. Everything was what was that word? With the like beep beep, like it was all MIDI files, exactly. Audio was all MIDI and it was just like awful. It was crazy. And that I remember reading this article about like, you know, we think we're going into AI, but in the future something's going to be like on this remote satellite in space, it'll be a MIDI file. I'm like, yikes. MIDI, like, beep beep, your food's ready or whatever. Oh, 746 and Mad Dog have the same birthday. That's pretty cool. I'm a model, if you know what I mean. Oh, that's pretty cool. My birthday was Monday, and then I had a friend whose birthday was today. And then I have another friend whose birthday's later this month. And then I have another friend whose birthday is this Sunday. Guess all of us Aquarius people get along. Customizing light arrays, yeah, I could see them using it for that. Oh, I didn't check my Facebook yet. I know, I should probably do that. Facebook.com. Well, we went out Saturday last week. No, Sunday. I wanted to go out Sunday instead of Saturday. Let me go here, log out. Okay, I'm very popular. She's so popular. Okay. Thank you. remember. I think I did forget my password. Yeah. Okay, I'll just have to go in and I haven't been in Facebook in so long that I need to go in. Yeah. Oh, okay. I have to I'll go into Facebook sometime. So Wikipedia is banning the Daily Mail as an unreliable source. I would have to agree with them on that. They say they have poor fact checking and they often have sensationalism. I would have to say I tend to agree on that. Erwin Corey is dead. Okay, David might remember him. I'll look it up. Do I really want to? Not really. But poor Erwin. The world's foremost authority. Comedian and the foremost authority. Yeah, David probably would remember him. A funny guy, 102 years old. You have a cat and a dog. Alright. That's pretty cool. I wonder what it says here. Oh, that's pretty cool. Whoa. I wonder what. Okay, that's pretty good. And Nick. Some people, all they want is attention. You have 4 dogs that love me, and I'm not even a dog person. But having Amber has made me more of a dog person because I'm such a cat person. I understand how people like their animals, whether their animals be cats or dogs. I don't really know that 372. I probably should know it, but I don't. All right, Are you guys ready for a little bit of trivia, or shall I look at the news?
Did you manage to get some
Actually,
sleep
David's-
earlier? Sorry.
I finished a movie, which I saw a really good movie. You can watch it on your own if you want.
What's it called? I'll get it.
It's called Synchronicity, I think.
Oh, yeah.
With Nicolas Cage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, special effects in there are amazing.
I think I'm going to check it out. Thank you.
Yeah.
I
It's a
can't
really
wait.
and the premise is pretty cool too. It's kind of weird, but pretty
I'll watch
cool.
it tonight.
Yeah. No trivia. Okay. All right. No trivia. Then I'll look into the news. You're back. And I don't usually look at news. All right, Scissor Fight will just feed me news. Gold is at 1239. Silver's at 17. I know I've got Erwin Corey's picture up, so David can look at him when he comes back. But do I have in my safe some special papers that are only special to me and not really special to anyone else? Like, you know, like I have an audio recording of my dad in there. That kind of thing. By shutting down a speech by Elizabeth Warren, the GOP has amplified her message. My goodness, I don't know what happened to my... I just wanted to check out some news, and now all of my things aren't responding. Okay, I'll leave that. Oh, here it is. Back. Thank you. Okay. I don't know, I guess Trump is attacking the judiciary. Trump said he wanted a month delay before the travel ban. He was told no. Told no by who? Oh. Netflix announces the OA season 2 and it reveals a teaser. Nice. I liked the OA. Oh, Whole Foods is going to close some of their stores. They're going to close nine stores, and rather than expand. They were thinking of expanding, but they're actually going to close. It's Half Foods instead of Whole Foods now. A U.S. judge blocks the Anthem-Cigna health insurance merger. Says merger would likely lead to higher costs, less competition, and diminished innovation. All right. Somalia has a new president. Oh, they have a story about life in an Islamic State, a secret beauty parlor. Yeah, how do you skin the squirrels? Squirrels seem pretty small to skin, but maybe I'm thinking of chipmunks. You wouldn't want to do anything with chipmunks; those are way too small.
You know, I don't think that it was a waste of money to buy a burner phone that we can travel with. You know, anybody who doesn't have a cell phone nowadays, we saw these marked down to $9.99 plus $15 for 3 months of airtime. It's like, for $24 you can have a state-of-the-art cell phone. And it's amazing how the cell phone market has geared up for such cheap upfront costs, and they want to make their money in the long term. So a lot of us around the world are benefiting from these low-cost cell phones, I'll tell you. It's amazing how the structure of the market is set up so that you buy the thing, and then you pay into this thing over the years. It eventually pays off the device. Yeah. So what's going on? What's happening?
Nothing.
Okay. Show it. Well, it's a Jelly Bean Android. It's 5.1. It's not 5.8. What is Android up to now? 5.8, 5.9? What's the newest operating system? Whatever. Some of you are paying as much as $150. 6.0? Really? Okay. Some of you are paying $175 a month for your cell phone and another $80 a month for your internet, or $130 for the internet and $175. I bet many of you are paying $300 a month for communications. Am I right? I bet some of you are. Maybe you're out on a family plan or something. Mad Dog, please. Yeah, we don't talk about stuff like that. So, is anybody paying more than $300 for their communications? In 1965, my family spent $25 a month for a telephone. Yeah. $25 a month. Seth Meyers is doing some stuff, huh? Okay. It was brought up, yes. Well, I think a lot of trolls just want something to do, so they come here to pick on us. Most people did. You're not special. I'm not saying I'm special. I'm saying you're now paying $300 a month, you stupid idiot. Yeah. I'm not saying I'm special at all. Yeah. I'm just saying you're stupid for paying $300 a month. No, I've never ever had any flatulence on the show during a broadcast. It never happened. No. That was a wet one. Daily Mail has been ruled fake news, so we're not allowed to read fake news anymore. You have the one phone in the kitchen hung on the wall, yeah. Yeah, DT Laura realized that Skype is not exactly safe. Skype made it so that you could actually contact people by phone using your Skype credit, but once they become your contact, they see your IP. Well, there's an article about this somewhere around here. We never did play Arnold's Pizza Shop. Let's play Arnold's Pizza Shop. Thank you. A couple links that came in from Scissor Fight earlier. I didn't get to these.
Hello, You've reached Arnold's Pizza Shop. I'm not here now. I'm out killing pepperoni. If you want to reach me, if you want a pizza, I don't care, because I'm not here. Can't you realize that, idiot?
I think I had enough of that. I really should. Cyber Jedi has a pretty cool thing going on. He has a 2-hour telecast. Look at this.
Safe and superb guidance. Thank you especially to Bill Thomas and Steve Rubin, who believed in this book from the start. My thanks also to the initial core of early in-house supporters, headed by Michael Palgan, Suzanne Hirt, Janelle Moberg, Jackie Everly, and Adrienne Sparks, as well as to the talented people of Doubleday's sales force. For their generous assistance in the research of the book, I would like to acknowledge the Louvre.
Wow. I didn't realize that artificial reality could be so real. Ah, that's great, Cyber Jedi. We also featured Karen Hudis last night. She did an amazing teleprompter read. And she's the attorney at the World Bank that's trying to expose the corruption in our government and the World Bank. And I actually read a lot of her teleprompter stuff. Good evening. I'm your host, Karen Hudis. Welcome to this DCTV series about the network of global corporate control. Today's segment is live and is about corruption in our money system. And I should probably read this for her. When she gets to the point where she can't read it, I'll just read it for her. Dave, do you ever remember Irwin Corey? No.
Here, I'll give you a picture. I have it right
Name here. Looks familiar. Am I supposed to know this person?
Here.
Oh yeah, Irwin Corey, the guy, the world's foremost authority, has died at 102. Wow, this is a guy who knew everything. Yeah. He was a film actor, one of the greatest Shakespearean actors of our time. Isn't it funny how the guys that do the funniest things were the greatest Shakespearean actors of our time? Wow, 102, that's not bad. I wonder what he looked like toward the end of his life. Some people don't remember him, so obviously if you don't remember him, you wouldn't know who I'm talking about. Well, either way, I'm sure he was funny at some time when people laughed. A long, long time ago, people laughed. And there was humor in the world. And they were singing, bye, bye, humankind. So, the day the music died, the day the comedy died, the day that Irwin Corey died, is the day that we have to all remember as a switch in our, paradigm of the universe. Here he is. Wanted to live forever. Irwin Corey passed away, everybody. He went into the void. You see him getting sucked in? He got sucked right in to the void. View image. Irwin Corey. Red Skelton and Irwin Corey were the best. Yeah, I think Red Skelton was perhaps the greatest humorist of our time. Gee, nothing's working for me here. It's crazy. It's like the flash drive on the thing isn't working. Well, here he is. This is the best image I could get of him. Let me see. Without spending much more time on Irwin Corey, I'm sure he's funny as he was very funny. There he is. That was a picture taken last night before he passed on, or sometime recently. All right. Trump talk. Right in your face. Yeah. I don't talk about women in locker top talk. I just don't. I've been around guys that brag about cheating on their wives, and I think it's kind of ridiculous. Oh, the sophisticated Trump on the Muslim ban. Okay, we'll add that to the list. We have that video from Bubbles, too. We'll play it. Wow. Here's more of the Trumpster. The guy who does this impersonation is doing pretty well. It's only 59 views, but here it comes. I don't know where you can get those. Maybe Victoria's Secret.
Do you regret at all your proposed ban on Muslims coming to America?
Not at all.
First of all, it's not a ban long term. This country, our country, has to get its act together. And one thing I have to say, I have tremendous friendships in the Muslim community, tremendous relationships. They're great people. We have to get smart. And the people that I know in the Muslim community agree with me.
Are you a bigot?
Not at all. Probably the least of anybody you've ever met.
There was a recent mass shooting in San Bernardino. It seems with a link to ISIS. You have said that guns should be carried to fight back against terrorism. Wouldn't that produce more violence?
Much less. Look, I'm a big believer in the Second Amendment. The bad guys will always have guns, Barbara. So Paris, boom, boom, boom. If you look at California, nobody had guns except the bad guys. If you have 3 or 4 people like me, I have the right to carry. I have a license to carry. Yeah. If you had people like me in that room and somebody starts shooting, I guarantee you we're going down shooting.
You are carrying a gun now?
No, not now.
Ordinarily, do you carry a gun?
A lot of the time I have the right to carry.
That was pretty funny. I have the right to carry. This is Red Skelton. Or his interpretation
fellow
of it.
veterans, family members, and friends, and even to you future veterans out there, please.
I'm sorry, that was the wrong link. That was not Red. This voiceover better suits Trump. Oh, does it really? You prefer it over the blatantly homosexual voice. Okay. All right, let's see what we can do about that. Maybe we'll work on that. Some of you are enjoying your night very much so, and I want to thank you all very much for coming in to our wonderful, wonderful show. So is really working on something that is quite intriguing, and I believe that possibly we've got a video, an audio, yes, of Get Pitted. Yes. Another remedy. Skank right out of them. You just drop in, just smack the lip, and after that, you just drop in, drop down, stand up, drop down, stand up. Ride the girl and get pitted. Ride the girl and get pitted. Ride the girl and get pitted. So pitted. Hey, Rogue Soul, how you doing? Doing very well, thank you. Scissor Fight said he made that song and he plays it over and over again in the car, and his wife hates it. So he's tormenting his wife with that song. You know, you live in the Orange County area, and that's awesome because I grew up in that area, and that's exactly the feeling of beach-like mentality people have. It's kind of laid back. I like that. Yeah, Now, I think a lot of people like California. You know, my folks moved to California from back east. And my father grew up in North Dakota. And they were one of those classic families of young, newly released Marines that just got off fighting a war. And then they had migrated to California, the beaches of California. Everybody wanted to be a movie star, too. You know, they went out there and there was a certain genre of innocence. It's like an era of innocence. Did you live by Gwen Stefani? You know, I might have, yeah. I might have been down the street from her. I never remembered her, though. Yeah, I would play Pledge Allegiance of Red Skelton. It's a wonderful piece, and it's right here at the tip of my tongue. Here's the legendary Red Skeleton on our Wasteful Wednesday. We try to waste as much time as possible. I think my flash drive is shut down or something on that. Well, here it goes.
Well, I remember a teacher that I had. Now, I went through the 7th grade. I went to the 7th grade. And I left home when I was 10 years old because I was hungry. And I used to, this is true. I work in the summer, I go to school in the winter. But I had this one teacher, he was the principal of the Harrison School in Vincennes, Indiana. To me, this was the greatest teacher, a real sage of my time, anyhow. Yeah,
there's some sort of a flash breakdown going on here.
It's wisdom. And we were all reciting the Pledge of Allegiance one day. And he walked over, this little old teacher, Mr. Laswell was his name. Mr. Laswell, and he says, I've been listening to you boys and girls recite the Pledge of Allegiance all semester, and it seems as though it's becoming monotonous to you. If I may I recite it and try to explain to you the meaning of each word. I, me, an individual, a committee of one, pledge. Dedicate all of my worldly goods to give without self-pity. Allegiance, my love and my devotion to the flag, our standard, Old Glory, a symbol of freedom. Wherever she waves, there's respect, because your loyalty has given her a dignity that shouts, freedom is everybody's job. United. That means that we have all come together. States, individual communities that have united into 48 great states. 48 individual communities with pride and dignity and purpose. All divided with imaginary boundaries, yet united to a common purpose. And that's love for country. And to the Republic, a state in which sovereign power is invested in representing.
All right, I was having nothing but flash problems there. I was picking up some pretty interesting stuff last night. We saw a video, Sarah, last night. This is pretty intense. I want to show you. It was somebody caught a picture of Paul Walker at a sports event after he died. And apparently there's going to be a big break. They're going to talk about Paul Walker having had a fake death, and he's apparently still alive. The legendary actor of Hours.
So some people think she's still alive.
No, Paul Walker. Yeah. See him right there at a game?
Yeah.
He was seen alive in 2014 when he died in 2013. Now, this is definitely Paul Walker, so people are saying he's definitely alive. That was the best part of last night, is Truth Tuesday. We revealed that Paul Walker didn't die in that car crash. There was no evidence it was him. But this is evidence he was at a game and people are looking around at him, but it's pretty amazing how fake the world can be. And if this guy really didn't die and he just kind of like never even was able to publicize that he was out there. We're having some breakdowns in the system here. Hang on. Is he in on something? Is he working with the secret Illuminati, that people that control actors and create MK Ultra puppets? Is that what he is? I don't know. Thanks. I couldn't play the whole thing by Jonathan. Oh yeah.
Do you regret at all your proposed?
Having some problems with just the flash system right here, so we're trying to deal with that. All right. In the news today, we have shutting down the speech by Elizabeth Warren. A GOP amplifies her message. After Senator Elizabeth Warren remarks were halted during a Senate confirmation hearing for Jeff Sessions to become Attorney General, many people rallied around her. She was saying that Jeff Sessions had a conflict with Coretta King, and that she had Coretta King had a complaint about Jeff Sessions, and she wanted to read a speech by her. The former wife of Martin Luther King Jr. So interesting. Elizabeth Warren was shut down by this GOP-led Senate confirmation hearing for Jeff Sessions. Interesting. That was the story there. This talk about Gorsuch, yeah, he Supreme Court nominee calls Trump's attacks on the judiciary demoralizing. So not only did Trump appoint this nominee to fill the bench for Justice Scalia, but this Judge Neil Gorsuch, the guy who had Fascism Forever when he was in college, the organization, he actually he met with Richard Blumenthal, Democrat of Connecticut, at the Capitol, but he said that Trump's attacks on judiciary is demoralizing. Wow. So Trump's not winning any awards with anybody. In fact, I heard that his cabinet doesn't agree on anything. I also heard that his cabinet wasn't interviewed. Most of them were not interviewed prior to being selected. So Trump didn't even do any micromanagement to try to figure out if his plan was anything other than, yes, Jonathan Winter was a genius big league. Thank you. I don't think it's appropriate to spam, so we're gonna mute you. And we're gonna mute you too. So you guys have a little timeout right now. Yeah, apparently some people are pissed off. They're not getting their message heard. Sorry. Where Mad Dog and Trump Tard went right at it. A little backfighting in the room here. He's going to have a revolving door of appointees. Yeah, good point, Chatroom Celebrity. String Bean has been doing the pants thing way before the Hood Rats. Okay. String Bean.
The old Kentucky wonder, String Bean.
Oh, they're hanging his pants down.
Hold that mule or get back, I'll give them to you.
I'll do it, boy. Sure will.
Every time I do this song here, I have a fit, and I feel one coming on right now. Hang on, children. When you walk up to the jukebox and you slip a nickel in, you can bet your bottom dollar when that record starts to spin, you'll hear that fiddle and the guitar, that honky-tonk sound. It's that hillbilly fever that's just spreading all around. Oh, the hillbilly fever all around. Or it's good old mountain music dropping down. I'll be robbing Castle stores, riding, slipping around. Hillbilly fever all around.
We are receiving interference from this dated piece from our time log, dateline. That was a long, long time. Pardon for the audio issues.
Talk about wearing his pants really, really low.
That was the whole point. Yeah, that's what Scissor Fight said. He said, yeah, this is done way before the Hood Rats. That was original. Trump is, yeah, okay. I know. And she had the feeling. You've got that healthcare ripoff feeling. $40 billion more per month. We looked at the monthly Treasury report and found out that our government is spending $40 billion more per month on healthcare, courtesy of Obamacare. And the Republicans are trying to extend out more money for the very same organization, or Obamacare effort, legislation that Trump said he was going to get rid of. He's not going to get rid of any of it. In fact, it's going to be Trump Care pretty soon. It'll be just rebranded Obamacare. And his promise to give everybody insurance, how is that any different than Obamacare promising to have everybody insured? I don't get that. And big business, big government has created this huge amount of waste in our expenditure. Many healthcare companies, like I guess there's 2 or 3 that are dropping off. They're not even, United is one of them. They're not, United Healthcare is not going to be part of the Obamacare Affordable Health Care Act, one of the biggest. I heard Cigna possibly is going to be leaving. I mean, the whole thing is absurd. They created the crisis. They created the problem with allowing more and more doctors to bill Medicaid, Medicare, and here we have it. $40 billion more per month. So there's no end in sight. And this corruption at the local level is just your mom and pop clinic that just says, yeah, we got a cash cow here. We'll just keep bringing people in for more checkups, and they keep making more and more money. And our government keeps paying it. Trump's not going to iron anything out. He's creating an expansion of this. Yeah, he's got no ideas. I'm telling you, he borrowed our idea of mobile medical unit, and I haven't heard that idea said since the election. Yeah, he doesn't want to know because we have it all over our site and video record of us talking about it for 10 years. But we would love to see mobile medical units in our country to pick up for the slack, because a lot of the ERs are charging more for you and American citizens because we've got to pay for all these malingerers who don't have any money. Come in there going, I want a day spa. You know, they want a free day spa at the local ER. And you're paying that when you go in there for some minor problem. The average ER visit's about $1,500 per hour. Welcome to the world of healthcare hell. No, I'm absolutely right. And I've been proving myself right ever since I started being right. Because I've been right all along. I don't need to sue anybody. I just want to see him implement the idea. Good luck. It's one of the hardest ideas I came up with. Has a great selling feature, but it's a huge task to implement something like this. Trump hasn't even started it. Just sitting on his hands, playing golf, going on vacation. You taxpayers paid him $3 million last month just to travel, or last week, just to go to Florida. And he's selling you space at Trump Towers to guard his wife. He's offering to sell space in Trump Towers to the Secret Service. So he's going to rent the space to them while we pay the Secret Service to pay him, while he asks you to guard his wife for $1 million per day. So guess who gets the $1 million per day, or parts of it? Trump. It's unbelievable. String Bean got along real well with most people, but String Bean finally ran into the wrong people. And he got involved with some bad sorts out there, and he ended up getting murdered.
Chattanooga to get a shine, and I hear this sound. Lord, I feel so undesperate.
What do you say we do a little jig here? Yeah. We're gonna go segue into another layer of entertainment value for you here.
Peter has come to the studio to show us the very latest piece of electronic equipment, a computer that makes music. Hello, Peter.
Hello. Now I've got a microphone here, and since my voice is about the only thing we've got around that makes a noise, let's try.
We can't stop.
And that's do. And we're ready to play it. So now if we type in P, M, full stop, P, C, and then give...
We can't stop.
You can also play them.
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop.
Now what you can also do, see, is the fact that you can get that sound to be played by the computer, playing a tune that I've already got inside the computer, waiting. Now all I need to do is call up the next page, and we're ready to play.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sondheim. America's New Party.
Sondheim for president.
Can't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop. Can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, partner, piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sondheim. America's New Party.
Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop. Can't stop.
That was fantastic. All right. Now, we're back at the show, and we want to address some issues. We've got a little bit more time to talk about stuff tonight. Thank you. I'm glad I was able to play it for you. It's nice to get a little workout, you know? Yeah, we had a great song there. We haven't done that in a while. It was not on our agenda. Hey, stop attacking Mad Dog. I told you that was going to end. Abandoned Baptist church with an outhouse? Wow, cool. You know, one of the best parts of Wasteful Wednesday is we get to look at all kinds of weird stuff that people go, trekking out there and pick up strange things out there in the middle of nowhere. And Scissor Fight brings in all these videos of people collecting everything from little things on the beach with their Geiger counters, or not Geiger counters, what do they call those? You have one. Metal detectors, thank you. Yeah, so this is kind of a tour of an abandoned Baptist church with an outhouse. Here it is, 1900 and I'd say 52. Somebody was baptized here and they're walking around. There they are. It's kind of like ghost hunting, you know. No, thank you, George Washington. We're not interested in porn here. You're buying a new metal detector made by Tesoro? Really? Interesting. So these are the kind of videos we play in the evening. People go for these trips into the recesses of the backwoods of America, and they just kind of check it out. All this history and all this weird stuff. People like traveling via video, and it's a fantastic vicarious experience, and many people are loving it. Yaks Shimash, what? Okay. Yep. Can't stop because we won't stop. We're gonna play the song every night when we can. I do believe in ghosts, yeah. I've had some weird experiences. The spirit world, I believe, could be an alternate dimension. I'm not ruling out the possibility of multiple dimensions. I know the science is actually looking at it as a real feasible opportunity to examine what's really going on. We know that we're a conversion of energy to mass. Like Einstein said, E equals mc squared. That sense of being connected. But when we leave this earth, we don't know exactly what happens. And because science can't prove it, we're always kind of interested. Thank you. Sarah, say good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Sarah. Yay! Thank you. Awesome. She did a great job. She stayed in the show and did a lot of good stuff. Thank you so much. Awesome. And then a dumpster diving GameStop. Somebody found a GameStop. Big win, dumpster diving. Even Tinky Winky's happy about it. Yeah, Tinky Winky's got chemtrails flying in the back. Jackpot, dumpster dive night. Let's just take a look at what this is all about.
Charger. It's literally like mint condition. Well, not mint condition, but
This is the kind of stuff I just toss. I try to give it to my local computer guy, and he says, I don't take all that stuff, man. Sorry. Yeah, I guess that's why I said they're dumpsters, and people like to go through them. No, these videos are not classified. Everything you're seeing tonight is not top secret. Tinky Winky's personal relationship with his friends around the neighborhood is an open book. Good night, everyone. Good night, DT Laura. Hey, man, sleep well. Yeah, get some rest. Yeah, it was fun. The whole idea of Sarah doing the trivia thing, she's just so burned out. I mean, you caught her on a pretty heavy day. I believe the Super Bowl was possibly rigged, yeah. I believe that they've been rigging Super Bowls for many years now. There's nothing we can do to stop them, though. Really, I mean, you can think they're rigged. I can't prove it exactly, but I know that there are a lot of bad calls have been going on over the past few years. And the way it all went in one direction toward Atlanta, and I knew that the New England Patriots win by, I said by as much as 20. They won by 6. But I really believe that there was a lot of vote switching going on at the halftime, and a lot of money came in. Have you seen the holographic disclosure document? No, I have not. We will have to look at that immediately. Searching for holographic disclosure document. 1 of 7. Very cool. I can't wait to see it. Yeah, we could play that tonight. This used to be a social topic discussion night where we talked about transgenderism, but we used to talk about transgenderism, but why not just talk about aliens, and possible holographic takeovers of the world by aliens? That'd be interesting to see that. And then breaking news, dozens of passengers evacuated a smoke-filled station after explosion on Paris Metro, but it was totally fake.
Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Dozens of passengers evacuated from smoke-filled station after explosion on Paris Metro. Breaking news. Huge explosion rips through the Paris metro station. This is being reported right now throughout the...
This guy sounds like he's on Valium or something. Breaking news, everybody. A big explosion on the wall Heisenberg. Yeah. It's kind of like the guy who calls me every once in a while and he says he's got so many frequent hotel room points that he says, "Hey Dave, how you doing, Dave?" It's like, "Hi, how you doing?" "I'm pretty good. I just wanted to give you a call and maybe we can hook up and do some hang out together when I'm in Seattle." It's like, yeah, well, maybe if you just stopped drinking before you called me, we could have a conversation. I have not heard any updates on Ed, which means we may not have an update on Ed. That's very tired, Ron Johnson. I think he had a couple beers, man. I think he just hit the beers and said, "I gotta make a... you lose, Chi-Chi." Something like that. "You lose, Chi-Chi." Yeah. "How you doing, babe?" It's like, dude, don't call me when you're totally blitzed. And then he called me the next night and tried to apologize. "I said I was drinking the other day. I was a little bit too drunk when I called you. But I miss you, man. I miss you so much, man." Yeah. Yeah, drinking makes you get a little bit sad and, overly empathetic about things. Yeah, I know. It's just, I don't drink. And that's a big dividing force in my life because everybody I know, all my relatives are drinkers, all my ex-friends are drinkers. Yeah, 56% of England is a drinker. If you don't drink alcoholic beverages on a daily basis, you're not really a real human being. I just think a lot of people are getting, crap-faced all over the place and for no reason. It's not necessary. You've got plenty of fluoride to null your senses. You don't need alcohol as a mild form of poison to, kill off every brain cell in your head. And they're the same guys that say, you gotta believe that Donald Trump's gonna make America great again, Dave. It's like, okay. No, it's gonna be good now, man. Everything's gonna be fine. It's like, yeah, right. The same guys, yeah. They all support Trump. No, actually, I had a bad experience on 1980 New Year's Eve where I chucked my guts up, thank goodness. Because you can die of alcohol poisoning. I was very, very lucky. There are a few things more adorable than a drunk. I know. People are saying Trump looks like Benny Hill. Yeah. Yeah, Donald Trump made me a rich, Dave. Yeah, whatever. Okay, faking news, weird stuff. Let's take a look at Ron Johnson here.
Throughout the internets, through the mainstream news outlets, we already have some prepared graphics of the location of the disaster. This is coming from the Daily Mail. And as you can see, it looks like a very traumatic scene for you. We also have what's coming out from the Twitter feed. So we just saw the Daily Mail report. Daily Mirror breaking explosion on Paris metro as dozens of passengers.
Very traumatic. Yeah, so there's not a lot of interest, not a lot of evidence. One of the common, significant common threads that runs through all of these false flag events is a lack of evidence. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of upset that we don't have a verification system, and that's why I've been promoting this concept of a media verification alliance of some sort, which really would make sense because we wouldn't have to rule any which way and remove news. We never would. We would simply give our take on the news. It's just from an unbiased, open perspective.
The VIP section.
Now, Trump has had a lot of relationships in his life with various people in the underworld. For instance, a Russian mobster. And we're a little concerned that these sex tapes, alleged sex tapes that Trump has on him, could be used against him and blackmailed in order to influence U.S. policy toward Russia or toward other countries. And I think a lot of you need to hear this story that I'm going to bring you right now. It's no more than a couple seconds.
Made millions selling Moscow rights for the Miss Universe pageant to a Russian oligarch close to Vladimir Putin, with a man the FBI considers a top Russian mafia figure invited into the VIP section.
He received as a result of interaction with Russian businessmen.
Hundreds of millions of dollars from Russian businessmen.
Correct.
Trump made millions selling Moscow rights for the Miss Universe pageant to a Russian oligarch close to Vladimir Putin, with a man the FBI considers a top Russian mafia figure invited into the VIP section.
Yeah, so that's what you got to deal with. I wish Trump would do something that made sense with everyone too. You know, he's taken over 10 of my ideas and poorly implemented them already. And it seems like a person who does not understand the original need for something and just copies an idea can't possibly implement it properly. I don't think Trump is decreasing government power. Yeah, I think he's increasing a police state that Obama created, and I think he's merely doing exactly what the Kissinger
Everybody,
Institute
Dave
wants.
Acton checking, and I'll be brief.
Dave Atkin checking in. Oh, this is him not right. Ron Johnson was not drinking. This is Dave Atkin checking in. Cool. We got lots of new people to check in with tonight. Well, the whole relationship with his daughter is so weird that it warrants investigation, but there's not much you can do to investigate. Dirt me to death. Vaughn Live, it can pick me to pieces every day if they want. They can come on in here and pick me apart. A lot of you do. You try, but you can't. I'm completely troll-proof. 100% troll-proof. You honestly think America should let a mafia boss be president? And we haven't done that already? You think? Ivanka and Donald sitting on the fence. KIS. David, do you need your hair system serviced? I know I've actually contacted my holographic analysis team that are analyzing every thread to see if it is absolutely perfectly aligned. My hair is replicating what is called a wig. I've done an amazing job of turning my hair into wig-like material. I know, I think it looks great, man. You're that group that comes in and tries to rag on people's hair. Tiffany is a very beautiful woman, hasn't received the kind of appreciation that she deserves from her dad. Remember, Tiffany Trump is the daughter of Marla Maples. Yeah. And that relationship didn't go too well for the Trumpster. Bye, leave, don't ever come back. I'm banning you forever. Kind of like best friends forever. Banned forever. BF. BNDF. Here's a lovely Tiffany Trump is reportedly checking out of New York City law. Well, she didn't make it in New York law, I guess. Didn't work out, you know. Yes, I actually submitted the idea to the director of the IAEI. This 23-year-old, according to the law blog, the 23-year-old didn't exactly blend in among the legal eagles. Signs were posted outside the classroom in the hallway saying, "Save us, Tiffany, you're our only hope." Also of note, the school's public interest career fair was happening just down the hall, and students were protesting the presence of reps from Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Wow. Immigration and Customs Enforcement were there. Wow, the younger Trump daughter has been kicking the tires of law schools after wrapping up her undergrad studies at University of Pennsylvania last year, according to the above law. Taking her LSATs, she's been spotted touring the law schools of both Harvard and Columbia, so she may be leaving NYU Law and going to Harvard. Oh, Columbia. No, I'm not into the porn thing. Yeah, I think a lot of you just have kind of reached the point in your life where you have nothing going on. I mean, you know, I know a lot of you don't read. I know you just like to see TV shows and play video games. But, you know, I'm going to ask those of you who are masturbating incessantly all day long to the worst porn on earth, you may want to just watch a movie, okay? Try to get started watching a movie and you might get interested in books on tape or something, you know, when you go to bed. Reading can be very non-invasive. You just sit there and go, oh. And you can be reading a book. You know, books on tape are available at your local library. We knew that they were sticking fluoride in all kinds of things. I was checking out a thing last night about saltine crackers being laden with fluoride. Well, it turns out that shrimp-flavored Top Ramen now loaded with fluoride. Yeah. Check this out.
Top Ramen soups loaded now with fluoride.
Unbread. Yeah.
Does this package look familiar?
Sure does. I always wondered why it was...
You don't want fluoride in your water.
Wow. It's coming in the form of Mott's apple juice. They're just dipping fluoride in everybody's body. You see, fluoride is a wasteful byproduct of the... Yes. George Washington, hey, let's talk about your problems. You're not really enjoying life? Okay. You came to the right place, man. Yeah, we can talk about it. Grugak, I really enjoy reading. Yeah, I just don't read anymore. So listening to books on tape is fantastic. Yep. The look on your face. Yeah, so George Washington is very depressed. He doesn't feel like he's doing much. Have you read Catheter in the Rye? I have not. Why is plastic rice being imported from China to the U.S.? Why is America not doing something to stop it? The answer to the question is we don't have an agency that checks all items coming into the country. U.S. testing facilities closed down, and in fact, they transferred ownership to a Swiss firm. U.S. labs were sold off to a Swiss firm in 2000. So we don't do any testing of products anymore. Yeah, and the FDA is just a complete, joke. It's basically an arm of the big pharma industries. So they're not even going to check any kind of real solid testing in genetically modified foods. They won't even test fluoride in your water system. The FDA said that they won't test fluoride because it's grandfathered in from the 1920s. And their reasoning is that fluoride has been in our environment as rat poison since the 1920s. So why would we test it? Especially why do we test it going in our water? It is literally coming from the production of aluminum. Fluoride is one of the, sodium fluoride is one of the byproducts. And we are now seeing almost a bizarre kind of a dumbing down of the population because of fluoridation. Warning, think frequencies bad now. 5G's coming soon. Dangerous, untested, ultra-high frequency signals are hitting the scene. Yeah, Kafka Winston World is going to talk about RF frequencies. That's a good video. Thank you. She's pretty good. I'm concerned about radio frequencies. In case you didn't know, cell phones have known they contribute to brain cancer. You heard me right. Cell phones. In fact, the director of the World Health Organization's openly stated it, and it's on the website now. Cell phones holding up against your head can contribute to brain cancer. So you may want to back off, use the speakerphone function on your thing and just hit the speakerphone and talk. Hi, Mom. How you doing? I'll get you 3 gallons of milk or 2. Yeah. People love that when you're in the market. Honey, I forgot the milk. Oh, I'll get the 3 gallons. Okay, here we go.
It is February 8, 2017. I'm going to just link below to several articles and videos on what we are looking at, what is coming to us. And not at a theater near you, but really close to your home.
I understand they're going to start making use of Li-Fi as well. You know, Wi-Fi and ultra-high frequency is going to be one thing, but they're actually be using light waves as well to pass information through direct antenna-to-antenna connections. And apparently they're able to deliver a gigabyte per second. And Google is going to experiment with this with some of their new internet service provider testing sites. You see, Google is the government. Google is the government, so we don't really have a problem with Google, doing things. If only the government actually had oversight by us, but we don't. Google is essentially the arm of the NSA at this point. They were infesting themselves in the early production or the early sales of the Google stocks. In-Q-Tel bought up a huge amount of them with printed money from the government. So they print up money and they buy up infrastructure. That's how they control the internet, and that's how they control the use of social networks to harvest data. This is the 5G cell technology will blanket planetary life with ultra-high microwave frequencies. Look at this. And they don't even want to test this stuff. We don't have any oversight by our government. So not only is the radiation blasting into our ocean at rapid speeds, they don't care about Fukushima, but our government won't even put out a public service announcement to hold the cell phone away from your head. And you don't hear Donald Trump talking about this at all. And what's really weird is the FCC is automatically approving the use of untested frequencies. Is this not the weirdest thing ever? And nobody in government does a damn thing to stop this stuff? And it's causing irreparable damage. In 2011, a study in India proved that cell phones actually lower your intelligence as well. The digital spectrum affects your ability to think. They did a study in Europe as well showing the kids that lived in areas that didn't have cell phone communication had 20% higher results on their tests. Hillary is your president? That's nice. Now, people that are not in a cell phone area actually to perform better on tests. Is that interesting? Yeah, I hear you. You believe that your wife's on the cell 24/7? Zagweiser, seriously, tell her to hold his cell phone away from her head. I'm serious. Do that at least for your wife, because you don't want to lose your wife. You know, I've seen people have serious damage. I met a guy in 1985. He said he had a brick phone next to his head for years. You know, the old brick phones. And he said that he got brain cancer. And he and his buddy both got brain cancer. His buddy and he were on the phone the whole time making sales on Xerox machines back in the day. Yeah, it does, especially if you die, it matters, yeah. Yeah, I don't believe smartphones are that great. I just turn them on when I need them. It's like I said, I bought a burner phone recently. For under $35, you can get a burner phone. Seriously. And it's just a really nice little phone with a basic Android system on it. And you just pump it with 3 months worth of cell phone minutes. So it's good for 3 months, $35. So you can get your cell phone costs down pretty fast. And only use it when you need it, you know. Yeah, the smartphones seem quite dumb. You're right. You use your smartphone as your remote for your TV or other TVs? Really? There's an Android application that it creates a remote? That's pretty cool. So that way you can hold it next to your head whenever you want to use your remote. I know, it's crazy. I see old people standing around, you know, playing with their cell phones, and I'm talking in their 70s. I guess at that point it doesn't even matter, you know. Whatever, they're going to end up eating it anyway. Really? How often do you wash that coffee thermos? This thermos is washed daily. I clean it with my my fresh water, with hot water, with my finger. You know, they can collect a kind of a weird scummy thing if you put milk in coffee. Old people look like old people when they're using a cell phone. Yeah, I know. And day 108, this guy George does a fantastic thing. George Webb.
Day 108, part 4. This is going to be a short one. I just wanted to kind of delineate between, this is the DynCorp harvest, delineate between being a conspiracy theorist and an anthropologist.
So he basically looks at his screen and talks about all these little different things that are working. He's working this kind of a ad hoc investigation. That's the best way I could describe it. Cool. We'll add that to the list. Yes. Thank you. DynCorp. I don't think I'm related to Trump. My family line, we're not in any way Jewish. No, I have a different skin tonality. I come from the Rhineland. He comes from the Rumpland of Germany. There's the Rhineland and there's the Rumpland. And he is from the Rumpland. Yeah, the Rhineland. Would you like to go to the Castle Sponheim? Yeah. Would you like to go? I will take you on the trip to the castle. Yeah, I have a castle in the Rhineland. Would you like to visit it? Ja. Nein. Ja. Or would you like to see the mystery at the Coral Castle?
My name is Joe Bullard. I've spent the last 20 years researching Ed's Coral Castle in Homestead, Florida. After 20 years, I wrote the novel called Waiting for Agnes. It's inspired by the true story of Coral Castle. The mystery of Coral Castle begins when Ed was born in Riga, Latvia.
When Ed was born in Riga, Latvia. Yeah, Ed was a classic character who, yeah, he dude looks like you, Dave. Yeah, I totally know. Yeah, I'm not related to that guy, ironically. He seems like a twin, doesn't he? Or was it me doing voices? That's the question. Ed was from Riga, Latvia. Ed was from Riga, Latvia. Ed and his family moved from Riga, Latvia to downtown LA and decided to develop tinfoil hats and sell them online. Ed is dead, yeah. Oh, come on, man. You can't do that. You aren't allowed to do that, man. Well, yes. Evening, Tekwala. Hello, man. Today you shared some Bitcoin knowledge publicly. Check it out. Really? Please read to the room. We are now going to read from the room as per requested by Tekwala. Here is Ed Leeds-Galden, the Latvian who developed the Coral Castle. Yes, this is him. And as you can see, he looks like one of my relatives. My grandfather looks just like him. It's a weird kind of world that we live in. Okay, we're going to read this now. Ribbit. Do it in the German accent, yeah. I will do that, yeah. We'll be able to do it in the German accent. What part of Germany are you from? Would you like to go to the dungeon now and visit some of our friends? Yeah. David, why would they run a child slavery ring out of a pizza joint? Because they can, and they do. And the problem is, nobody seems to stop them. And we are concerned that they're trying to make the word Pizzagate censored because they don't want to investigate the pedophile ring in Washington, D.C. Hackers have stolen millions of dollars in Bitcoin using only phone numbers. Really? Just after midnight, self-professed night owl Jared Kenna was working at home in Medellin, Colombia, when he was notified the passwords had been reset on 2 of his email addresses. He tried to set up new passwords himself by prompting the email service to send him text messages containing a code, but they never arrived. So I called the company to make sure I'd forgotten to pay my phone bill, and I said, you don't have a phone with us. You transferred your phone away to another company, he said. A hacker had faked his identity and transferred his phone number from T-Mobile to a carrier called Bandwidth and was linked to a Google Voice account in the hacker's possession. Once all the calls and messages of Kenna's number were being routed to them, the hacker then reset the passwords for Kenna's email addresses by having the SMS code sent to them. Within 7 minutes of being locked out of his first account, Kenya was shut out of up to 30 others, including 2 banks, PayPal, and 2 Bitcoin services. Within 7 minutes. And crucially, his Windows account, which was the key to his PC. While this would wreak havoc in anyone's life, it had especially disastrous consequences for Kenna. I'm an early Bitcoiner, he says. I don't think you have to say anything else. Kenna was so early in Bitcoin that he remembers when he would plug his computer into the web network and see only 4 other computers running it. Now there are more than 5,000. Computers supporting the network are slated into competition to win Bitcoin roughly every 10 minutes. In the early days, the payout was 50 Bitcoins each time. Now it's 12.5. So they took his Bitcoin money. Yeah. 41 people have been arrested in Tennessee for a pedo ring. Good. Well, we think that the pedo game is going to come to an end in government. We're going to say a definite reveal. They're going to have to throw some people under the bus, I'm telling you. It's going to happen. The American people demand answers. I heard about the retired head of the... Yeah, I played that last night. I'm going to play it again tonight, George Washington. Actually, I didn't make... That's Ted Gunderson. Okay. Let's take a look at the Bitcoin knowledge that Techwalla has announced for us here. Okay, here he is. He says, I've been playing with Bitcoin since the 200 price range and have been making small purchases of 5, 10, 20 bucks all the way up to now, and have to say I have not lost yet. My bank would never pay me what I earned on Bitcoin with their crap interest. When in need of money, I think deeply on whether or not I want to sell $200, $300 that will very possibly be worth 5 to 10% more in a few weeks. The only money I keep in the bank is money I need to pay bills and purchase bare essentials such as food and gas. I know I'm not the only one doing this, but to those weighing this option, the future looks bright. Wow. So kind of like a day trader in Bitcoins. Indeed. The leaders in our country are manipulated by a network of pedophilia. That's what I've heard. That people have been lured into sex acts, bizarre, weird, cultic activity. I think they said 30% of politicians may very well be involved. Public school system exposed for reporting parents to CPS for homeschooling. Okay. Public school system is being exposed. So parents who are homeschooling, we just showed you a woman who literally had her kids taken away from her and was put in jail over simply pulling her kids out of school and homeschooling them. And now the public school system is exposed for reporting parents to CPS for homeschooling. So the public school system is the start of this network of evil coming out of the CPS organization. In New York City, New York, homeschooling your child in New York City would earn a visit from the Child Protective Services for neglect. Even if you followed all procedures required by the public school system to withdraw from its programs. And we even have a guy in our room who's a CPS member. He should get on that. Wow. Well, thanks for your info about how to handle Bitcoins, Techwalla. It's been going on a long time because they got a lot of power against 123. What did you ever do for our country? Well, I started a political movement that has massive potential, international appeal, and I'm doing it every night. And I will continue to do it because it works. People like this. Catholic priest still molesting kids. Where's the bust? Well, let's look at Rex Tillerson, for one. A man who is now going to be our Secretary of State, and I guess he is going to be very shortly, if he isn't already. Thank you. And Rex Tillerson was the guy behind the Boy Scout movement, allowing gay men to be scoutmasters. Yeah. And they also they completely overlooked all of the molestations that occurred in Boy Scouts upon Rex Tillerson's suggestion. Is that for you? No, we don't take calls from that person anymore. He blew it with our show. He came in too many times, and he attacked our show, and now he just stalks us. No, gay men are allowed to be scout leaders because Rex Tillerson, the CEO of ExxonMobil, who's now your Secretary of State, are you following me? He's the guy who wanted gay men to be scout leaders. One thing allowing gays in the Boy Scouts, but making them scout leaders, yeah. And there's been thousands of allegations of sexual molestation in the Boy Scouts, none of which any of them have been pursued by Rex Tillerson or anyone in the Boy Scouts. So CPS was called on you. You were having CPS called on you, and then you went to court and they didn't even show up? Wow. Thank you. Here we go again. Says Dave, Canada is here, but I love your shows. Thank you. No problem, man. We have people watching all over the world through UHF TV. And our show is nonstop. We don't stop because we can't stop. That's the nice thing about our show. It never stops. It's a nice place to hang out. You know, some people like George Washington's feeling kind of down and out, doesn't feel like anyone can talk to him. No, homosexuality is not synonymous with pedophilia, Grugach. I never said that was. I just thought it was inappropriate for gay men to be in charge of little boys in a like a camping environment. I don't think gay men should be able to adopt little boys. I think it would be a requirement that gay men adopt little girls and gay women adopt little boys. I think that'd be a good balance. It's in the spirit of balance. Why not? What do you mean why? Why not? It's not bigoted at all. In fact, I don't think transgenderism should be catered to. I think Donald Trump is too supportive of transgenderism. I allow people to call in, but just not you, Rodney. You've called in and ruined your opportunity. You never learned to say no. I mean, obviously, your mother never said no to you, Rodney. Now, Rodney, stop doing that. And she never said that. Can you say weird? I never said that homosexuality is synonymous with pedophilia. No. I said it isn't synonymous with pedophilia. That's right. I just don't think that it's appropriate for Rex Tillerson to go ahead and allow all these homosexual men to become scout leaders. And nobody's even calling him on it, let alone his connections with Russia and Igor Sechin and the many ExxonMobil deals going on right now in the Baltic, which will undermine your relationship with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf nations. And then all of you Americans will be paying high prices at the gas pump. And the Russia wins. You are very stupid. You have Trump as your president. I just don't think gays should be allowed to, adopt their same sex. I think it's inappropriate. Yeah, great. I'm glad you can hang out and listen from Canada. We're not that far away. We're about 50 miles. But I won't even be going to Canada because I don't want to come back to the United States and be harassed by Border Patrol. Our country's screwing over your country in trade. If our Border Patrol acted a lot nicer to its own people, you guys would have a lot more sales in Canada in the border states or the border provinces. Yeah. I know Putin just completed a massive arms deal with Syria. And Trump won't even make any moves. It's like he's afraid to do anything. He won't even call Putin up and say, Putin, I want to tell you thank you so much for the condo deal. Eric and Donald Jr. love it. He won't even tell him to pull rebel support in Syria. You know, I would think Trump would want to call his good buddy Putin and say, we're going to pull rebel support in Syria, but he hasn't. Which means that Trump believes that rebel support in Syria is a card in a game. Oh, God, he's making up lies about me. Gas was up 5% today, for your information. Thank you. You have 113 centimeters of snow. Yeah, we got a big snow up here, too. Today it was like driving through hell. I'm not going to Canada, no. I mean, I would love to go up to Canada. Our exchange rate is good. We could buy things, but I don't want to come back and get harassed by the Border Patrol. They have the worst possible rap of any group. The U.S. Border Patrol is the worst. Okay, a video from Facebook. Want a machine? Look at this, how old this truck is. Whoa, look at that. That's a classic. That was one of the weirdest, oldest trucks I've ever seen. It's a high-tech beer brawl. Yeah, man. Drink the nectar. That's pretty funny. Oh, it's a party time. Retro party time. Pretty cool. Wow, you got to show that to Doopster when he gets back from the hospital. That is amazing. Keep that on your file, Scissor Fight, and show it to Doopster. He wants to build something like that, he said. You work for CNN. That's nice. Good for you. Message me. We don't message people here. Yeah. If you want to contact me, just leave an email at americasthirdparty@gmail.com. And we'll, as long as you have a CNN email address, we'll talk. Yeah, definitely. That's really cool. I didn't think you were from CNN. Hey, the trolls are in from 4chan tonight. How much hate mail do you receive? None. No, I have a filter on my email account. It's called a spam filter. Have you ever heard of it? He doesn't work for CNN. Yeah, it's amazing technology. It will wow you and pizzow you. You'll be amazed and truly, truly remarkably affected. Okay, we've reached the end, have we? This is the end, my only friend, the end. Now we got the world's biggest shipping company voicing alarm at the Trump trade war. So Trump is destabilizing trade, which is going to affect the stock market. We're looking at a crash in about, I'd say, 3 months. Yeah, big crash. I'd say 2,000-3,000 points. That's it takes 3 months for the Maersk line to be affected. This is the line of freight freighters that watches our show out in the middle of the ocean. A.P. Moller-Maersk, the owner of the world's biggest container shipping line, is paying particular attention to noises coming from the U.S. that suggest the new administration is moving closer to a trade war with China. U.S. President Donald Trump's rejection of trade agreements with the rest of North America and Europe have done little to unsettle Maersk's management. But when the talks come to a potential trade war with China, we sit up and listen. China's big business, and Trump has pissed off China royally, especially with not recognizing the one China policy regarding Taiwan. Well, of course, Mr. Ed sounds like Dave. Dude, thank you, man. Shows are rocking totally. Yeah, like ever since we did like a show where we feature like really cool stuff on the internet, it's been getting really good reviews around the internet, you know. A lot of people think that people need a voice, and a lot of white people who voted for Trump don't really think Trump is their voice. Rock and roll band. Hey everybody, welcome to the final seconds of the show tonight. I am your host with the mostest. I'm not a hostess. Yeah. I had no idea I was a singer either. Play that funky music, white boy. Yeah, we're gonna do Casey and the Sunshine right after this. I only played 23 seconds, and I can prove it. And I want to put this on a record. Because if anyone accuses me and tries to monetize this, I am legally allowed to play under 25 seconds of music under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Millennial Digital Copyright Act, DMCA. What's happening? I will play more than 20 minutes. I will play this all night long. We'll be doing a whole review of videos that have come in tonight, talking about high frequencies, Kafka's World. Add that to the list. Lots of weird stuff coming up. Yeah, lots of videos have come in, and I've added them as we went tonight, so we're good to go. This is a really weird one, the holographic disclosure 1 of 7. That's in the lineup too. Hopefully we'll get to 2 of 7 and others. Have not heard that yet. We got Jackpot to GameStop Dumpster Dive. That's got to be added. We've got Bannon Baptist Church. That's got to be added to the hopper. Okay, I think we're good. And Arnold's Pizza we'll start with tonight. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. I'm a cybernetic organism. Human flesh over metal exoskeleton. Who's your daddy and what does he do? I'm a cop, you idiot. Okay, so we're going to do that. David, RIAA, no, they're not going to go after me. We're still in compliance. Yep. We try to maintain a strict control over yeah, I think you're kind of losing it, Grugach. Yeah. Yeah, we heard about that. That's in the lineup. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for coming in. We'll be back tomorrow with Technology Thursday. We will be touching on some subjects tonight that involve waste. There's a series of things happening that many people don't know about, but our government is overspending by massive amounts. And we have a plan at Hybrid Capitalism, a book we published, and you can buy it on Kindle for 99 cents. It is available on our website in our store. But it features how we can get a return on investment, get this country to run efficiently, and lower your tax dollars going out. And in this particular model, the government can compete in the free market, much like any other company, without unfair advantage, like with socialism. Yeah, thank you for coming in. Glad to visit. We're attracting new viewers every night. As you know, I do ban people because we're trying to make room for people to come in, too. There is a series of problems with the censorship going on. In case you didn't know, I've been censored in my own country for 8 years. And this network only allows like 100 viewers to come in. And we've got millions of viewers around the world trying to get in. And so we're still working on a configuration to get chat into your lives for many of you who are connected and can't seem to get in because you've been banned from other countries like Asia, or I should say continents. But other areas around the world are not in any way getting through. And that's part of the plan that whoever's paying Mark Vaughn, that they're just trying to knock any real interaction down. So as much as you like to watch the show, interaction is more fun, and we want to make that available for you, but we just haven't been able to beat the curve, because whenever we come up with a new link, some sort of a program the government's using, we believe it's Echelon, is able to target that source and then DDoS attack that connection and IP ban people at that location. Whatever they're doing, whatever magic they're playing behind the scenes, I have no knowledge of that, but we're trying to move around and try to flex and deal with this. So we'll come up with new networks for you to try out pretty soon. Discourse has been a disaster. Discord has not worked for us to create chat. The same thing happened there. We opened up a Discord show and they were immediately shut down. Everybody who came in were told that there was an FBI problem or something. So we believe the government's being used right now to suppress us under the leadership of Donald Trump. Oh, that little girl from Iran that got here yesterday, Portland, Oregon, goes under surgery. That's good. Yeah, we know you get around the ban, but a lot of you people, and the Russians have hacked the UHF signal. That's what I heard. I heard Russia was having problems, but people in Russia can still access us through America's third party. You can watch us there. Okay, this guy's so pissed at 10:02. Let's take a look.
Bullcrap! Trump refuses to denounce the KKK.
Trump refuses to denounce the KKK. He does not support Donald Trump. You gotta believe I'm back, because I'm a real one. You can't get it no real than me. And if you gonna have the audacity to sit up here and say you believe in Donald Trump in 2016, you are flat out racist. And everybody in that damn line, you damn right. You don't even know. You know why? You know why? You know why?
You spewed a lot of racist bullshit.
That's right. You know why? You know why I know you're racist? Because you're in that line. Donald Trump said what y'all want to say. You know what I always heard y'all say? We want our country back. Bullshit. Black and white. No more. Who said this?
I like this, man. This is cool. Yeah. Alex Jones. Dealing with the race conflict. You know, Alex Jones is probably the race baiter in this particular case. Yeah, he's all about creating strife and following the Hegelian dialectic and splitting up the entire world, whether it's rich or poor, black or white. They're always trying to divide us. Yeah, so this kind of adds to the dividing concept that Alex pushes. Yeah, they're trying to turn us into a faction. I mean, he even talks about it, and he's a victim of, actually, he's the perp in this particular case. He's either the Vic or the perp. All right, here we go. Take it easy. UHF? Really? And that's Weird Al Yankovic on UHF. Interesting. Wow. Okay, I am ready for retirement tonight. I'm going to go lay down and watch some Netflix with Sarah. I am officially retired, so it's kind of nice to just do that when I do. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, Alex Jones getting high with Joe Rogan, whatever. You know, he's obviously reached the end of his rope. Everyone knows he's a shill, and he can't do much to avoid it anymore. All right, I guess I'm having a hard time leaving the show. It's like tearing me away from the show. No, I retired in 2010. I don't need any money, so there's really no reason to work. Yeah. When you're running out of money and you have no money in savings, yeah, I guess you need to work. But once you've got everything you need for the rest of your life, you really don't need to work. That's why I wonder, is Donald Trump in debt? Good night, Pennsyltucky Ducky. And I want all of you Trump-tards to start thinking about dumping Trump, and starting our plan. Because I'm the original thinker of all the key ideas that got Donald Trump elected. I think you'll get behind my campaign in 2020. Once we kind of formulate the campaign. We're still in the testing grounds for 2020, but I'm still moving on. Oh, yeah. Blue is the warmest color on Netflix. Okay, thanks. I'll try to remember that. All right. I know. All right, don't be too angry at yourself. Get the monkey off your back, George Washington. You're too depressed. You don't need to be depressed. You got a lot of good things going on in your life. Ask your mom. She knows. All right, see you later.
Arnold's Pizza Shop. I'm out here now. I'm out killing pepperoni. If you want to reach me, if you want a pizza, I don't care.